ash on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears. Wolves trace our steps, God's count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Oath on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
Mike's muted. My bad. I got it. Thank you, everybody. Hold on. I got hair in my mouth. Hopefully that got it. So, welcome, everybody. We got some very, very bad news for the country as we're kicking this stream off. The election results have essentially come in on the Thomas Massie race. And yes, it is pretty much over. Looks like Israel has officially bought brazenly an American election right in front of everybody's face. So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about what this means going forward because it unfortunately could be very, 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 very bad for the country for a lot of different reasons. And so I believe Massie may have already conceded, but as you can see, you got 80% of the vote in. Massie's down by, 8,000 votes? Yeah. No path to victory at this point. Yeah. Wow, right? We obviously this was the most important race in probably recent American history because it means a lot of things. It means a lot of different things for this country going forward. Again, it means that a foreign country, a bunch of billionaires from a foreign country, can buy state congressional seats, straight up buy them, and there's nothing Americans can do about it, apparently. So we'll talk about if we even think this was a real election. To be honest, I think it was probably fucking completely rigged, based the fact that they spent $35 million on advertising, marshaled everything for it. Most likely was a rigged election to begin with, but they couldn't lose, right? There's no way they could lose. If Thomas Massie were to have won, that would have been the death nail in the coffin for all of this AIPAC bullshit. Now, what we have is we have proof of concept to the Israel lobby that they can buy any election they want in brazenly, right in front of everybody's face, right? We can see the numbers, and they don't care. You know, Marian Adelson, who is a Israeli billionaire who makes all her money off of casinos in Macau, China, bought an election. That's the story of tonight. So what's that going to mean moving forward? Well, we're going to see this in all of the elections, obviously. Now they've proof of concepted they can do it. They can just buy them. And we got to kind of decide in the America First space what this means for the movement, because now with Massie leaving Congress, there's no one. You know, you could say, oh, Lauren Boebert or whatever, but no, there is no one in Congress that is now going to fight for the American people. It's not going to happen. He was the last really just congressman who actually cared about the country, at least on the right. So also what this means, and most likely what we're going to see is a massive push into censorship, deplatforming. We're going right back to COVID days. I think they're terrified. They were terrified. That's why they pumped $35 million into this race. And now they're gonna bring out the big guns now, going forward into the midterms. So we should all be expecting that as well, and then we can kind of decide what we're gonna do as the American people, I guess. Because yeah, this is absolutely wild. All right, calm down. Are you retarded? You think it's not a big deal that a foreign fucking country can buy elections in this country? Oh, you must be a Fox News boomer from Kentucky, if you believe that. If you believe that. Pretty rough. Yeah, we're going to talk about some things, what this means. There's already a huge, lot of talks from the America First conservative movement about doing exactly this. Just full-on referendum against the Republican Party, right? Because what is the Republican Party now? It's just the Israel Party, right? So we're gonna have to figure that out. All right, let's talk about it though. Let's kick it off. You know, a little bit of comedy to start the night off with a very depressing story. JP talking about exactly this.
For America.
Right.
It's not funny. President Trump says you are a pathetic loser. You're a moron. You're a rhino, and you're a backstabbing grandstander.
It's to silence me. It's so that I shut up.
You know why he wants to silence you?
For merely telling the truth.
No, you don't tell the truth. President Trump does. It's because you're a traitor. You've been a traitor this whole time, haven't you?
Never.
Gotten another lie to prove it. I've obtained a copy of your Liberty score, and it shows you have it 0 points in being loyal to America.
JP, that's the Israel lobby funding, not the Liberty scores.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. 0 funding from Israel. I didn't know you hated America that much.
Yeah,
Correct.
there it is.
I mean, your opponent seems to stand for America and America's interests only.
A foreign lobby has fully funded to the extent that they've never done in any Republican race ever before. My opponent.
But he's got a Liberty score of almost 12 million.
95% of it, at least 95%, has come from the Israeli lobby.
Looks like Israel hates you. You ever wonder why?
It turns out that I've never voted for foreign aid, but it turns out there's one lobby that's very upset about that, and that's the Israeli lobby.
Israel wants to take you out in this U.S. election.
And they did. All right, here's literally every Fox News boomer in Kentucky right here. Here's a meme for you guys, as you can see here, offering them a brain, and they said no thanks. I support Ed Galrain over Massie. That's pretty much where we're at. Blows my mind. It blows my mind when you start to look at this. I mean, look at this, what this got up to, guys. Look at this shit. And this is just a PAC, all right? It's another 17 million from other different PACs as well added to this. So again, nearly $33 million was spent to remove Massie. Oh, also here's the guy he just ran against, by the way. Thomas Massie's opponent, Al Galrain, comes out in support of re-implementing the military draft. So
in 1973, we moved away from conscription selective service and went to the all volunteer force.
Right.
And so that's been the most challenging few years since that transition. And that is a significant issue for national security. And now back to the question about, well, selective service and, the attitudes about it, I would offer there is a cultural issue and that it does appear we have a corrosion of our culture and the commitment to.
We do have a corrosion of our culture. I wonder where the fuck that's coming from.
What our nation stands for. If you figure, we got to start selective service, we got to get them through all the in-processing, boot camp, trainings, you're talking months downstream. Do we really have that time anymore?
No.
Is that a deeply flawed concept?
Yeah.
And so what would really happen if we had to go from what I call a cold start of a pending, world war? How fast and what would really happen if we had to re-implement selective service, i.e. the draft, train, equip, and prepare to deploy those forces? I'm not sure we have that kind of time anymore.
Right.
Wow. There you go. Calling for conscription and the draft. So you can go fight and die. Now, why would he be calling for conscription in the draft? I don't know. Could it be so that everybody's kids can go fight and die in Iran on behalf of our greatest ally that just gave him $33 million fucking dollars? I don't know. Because understand, it's not just about the fact that they unseated Massie. Now, what do you think they paid for? They bought that. They bought the election, right? They bought something. They bought a lot of different things, right? What they bought was, we'll never see the release of the rest of the Epstein files. That's part of the purchase, right? We have massive support, or going to have just paid for support for the war in Iran, and some crazy shit like this. That's what they bought. They didn't just buy one. Keep in mind, they didn't just buy one congressional seat in Kentucky, right? By removing Massie, they removed the main person that has dissent against the Republican Party that is an actual conservative. Huge win for them, right? Brazen. And this fucking dude he's not going to shut the fuck up about this for years, right? Thomas Massie, the worst and most unreliable Republican congressman in the history of our country, even though he's got a 96% Liberty score, is even bigger insult to our nation than Senator Bill Cassidy. Yes. Buying elections, guys. Let's do a quick poll here. Again, if you actually go and look at any social media post, anywhere you look, any video, I mean, the support for Massie was 20-1, but yet somehow Ed Galrain blows Massie out of the water. It's a little suspicious to me. Let's just see what you guys think. What do you think? You think this one was rigged? Just what's your gut feelings based off of the, again, absolute blowout that we just saw? And it wasn't even close, guys. Again, look at this. I mean, this is 10,000 votes, right? I mean, that's a 10-point advantage, nearly. I'm sorry. Basically the most popular Republican in Congress gets blown out by some robot from AIPAC. Tough sell for me. I don't know about you guys. But what do you think it has anything to do with this? That Thomas Massie followed in the footsteps of JFK, introducing bills requiring AIPAC to register under FARA. Well, guess what? That's not going to happen now, because there ain't going to be nobody that tries to push this through anymore. So they have unfettered access to that. And let's take a look again at all the people Trump's been attacking recently. Representative Boebert, 100% Liberty score. Thomas Massie, 96. Marjorie Taylor Greene, 100%. But of course, his butt buddy, Lindsey Graham, at 43%. F. Yes, this is MAGA, though, by the way, right? Like, this is MAGA. F on their voting scores, F on their Liberty scores. That's what the Republican Party is now. Also, interesting, just in massive violation of the Hatch Act, the Secretary of Defense, again, they just straight up were fucking cheating and breaking the law, just all across this election. Which, yeah, you can't have the sitting Secretary of Defense, which is a nonpartisan position, go in campaign for a political candidate. That's a violation of the Hatch Act, but they fucking did it anyway. And what are they going to do? What are we going to do about it? Nothing. There's nothing we can do. And they know that. They don't care.
Does not need more people in Washington who are trying to make a point, especially from his own party. He needs people willing to help him win, to vote with him when it matters the most. And too often, Thomas Massie has acted like his job is to stand apart from the movement that President Trump leads instead of strengthening it.
Now, that's interesting. When does he stand apart? Because he has a 96% Liberty score. Thomas Massie votes 96% of the time to liberty and the Constitution. So if he's voting against MAGA and Trump, that's because MAGA and Trump are putting bills forward that are unconstitutional. Whoa, crazy. Whoa, crazy again. But that was completely illegal for him to do. But of course. And who are the people that are supporting this, right? Oh, well, you got, of course, the MAGA cucks. Time to vote out Lauren Boebert. Yeah, they're going after all of them now. All right. Anyone who has dissent against our greatest allies got to go now. This is how she repays Trump for all his past support. Keep in mind, guys, why does Trump hate Thomas Massie? There's only one reason. There's not even two reasons. Why does Trump hate Thomas Massie? Why did AIPAC spend $33 million to unseat Massie? You guys know, right? We all know. It's one reason. No other reason. That's it. Right? He's the one that forced the release of the files. Think about that. So anybody support you, here's what this election was. You either support Thomas Massie or you support the Epstein class. That was your choices. So when you watch MAGA attack Thomas Massie, that's because they're a bunch of fucking pedo chomos that are defending other PDFs. That's all you can look at this point. Because the dude's got nearly a perfect voting record as a conservative. So there's no other reason for that. But again, it doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter because, look, she bought the presidential election and she just bought this election. Isn't that getting interesting how many elections she's buying? She paid for Trump's campaign.
Adelson is spending whatever it takes to take the seat away from him because he committed the crime of describing how things actually work in the U.S. Congress. Anyone who gets the idea that maybe I'll get to Congress and tell the truth about how things actually work, you'll be crushed. If they are successful in doing this, crushing a man, defaming a man, slandering a man, attacking his family purely for the crime of telling the truth about them, about how they operate, about the nature of the Epstein class, then you have to wonder, why are we voting in the first place? What is the point of all of this? Is there a reason to participate in the process? If in the end some Israeli casino lady can come in and just determine the outcome, that's not democracy. It's just straight up teeth-bared oligarchy. It's shut up and obey. And so while we can, it's probably worth doing whatever it takes within the bounds of the law to prevent that from happening. Because crushing Thomas Massie for the crime of telling the truth is itself a moral crime. And yet in Washington, the only people who are punished are those who told the truth. And at some point that has to stop, or the system itself lacks all legitimacy.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said by Tucker there. That is why I said this is the most important election in America. Because this is going to have huge downwind effects. Because now, most of these politicians are gigantic fucking pussies, guys. They'll do whatever it takes to get elected, right? They're not going to stand on actual morals and values like Thomas Massie or Marjorie Taylor Greene or even Lauren Boebert, right? They're going to do whatever keeps them in office. And now what they've realized is, well, we can't dissent from Trump or Israel, or we're fucking gone. And so now they're not going to. Now nobody in the Republican Party is going to say a fucking word, right? It's pretty much up to Democrats at this point, or we're fully cooked. But what we're also seeing is with all of the insane gerrymandering that's happening by Republicans right now, it's possible they're going to steal the midterms, straight up steal the midterms. And that's going to get insane because everybody knows you can't have a president with a 32% approval rating and not have down ballot consequences. It's not how politics works, right? It's just not. Now it's interesting. When we go back, MAGA hates Thomas Massie, right? TPUSA, Erica Kirk. Well, that's funny because let's look at what Charlie Kirk had to say. One of my favorite congressmen, Thomas Massie, big government sucks. And here was Charlie right here.
Exciting developments from last week's negotiations is the new church committee. And one of the members of that new church committee is one of my favorite members of Congress. He loves the Constitution. He loves liberty. He's honest and he's tough, and he's going to really go after the intel agencies. It's Thomas Massie, who's just terrific from Kentucky.
Wow.
This is something that would have never happened under the Obama or Biden administrations.
Can't play all that because of copyright, but that's interesting. That's interesting, right? Thomas Massie was Charlie Kirk's favorite congressman. So I'm sure TPUSA and Erica Kirk came out in full force to endorse Thomas Massie in respect of Charlie's legacy, right? Right, guys? TPUSA and all the Zio cucks that are around them, right? We all know who they are. They're supporting Thomas Massie, right? They had to have. Charlie made it very, very clear. He would have supported Thomas Massie. He was his favorite congressman. Well, I don't know, maybe. Let's watch a couple more of these, huh? This is a video from Ryan Matta here. I'm sure he's probably not very happy right now. He's been in Kentucky campaigning for Massie pretty heavy this week.
Well, let me get this straight. Charlie Kirk's favorite politician in the entire swamp of Washington, D.C. was Kentucky's Thomas Massie. And you mean to tell me that Erica Kirk is not going to endorse Kentucky's Thomas Massie? Turning Point's not going to endorse and get behind Thomas Massie? What the hell did you do to this organization? When nobody shows up to your events and nobody shows up to your rallies, you guys got to make up excuses and say it was dangerous, we couldn't go because of the new political landscape. No, it's just because people hate you, Erica. You have failed miserably, but you are an utter disgrace. You are humiliating your husband's legacy. And you deserve to have your organization fall apart because you're running it like an ass clown. Check this clip out of Charlie Kirk. Let me remind.
Now, he just plays the clip that we just played. But I went and checked myself. I went to Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel, which, of course, they put out 10 videos a day, all of which doing about 3,000 views a day, which is just fucking pathetic at this point. But I went to see, is there videos here somewhere endorsing Massie? There must be, right? There must be. Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel leading up the week before the election. All right. No, Charlie Kirk honored Free Luigi Mangione. Oh, Lindsey Graham. Ah, yes. So they're preaching Lindsey Graham as a good thing here on TPUSA now. And attacking Candace here. Everything's a whopping 7 to 6. Oh, 2,000. Look at this one. 2,000 videos. Wow, TPUSA absolutely crushing. But no, it turns out no, there is no videos endorsing Thomas Massie at all. Wow. Interesting, huh? That's a great way to respect your dead husband, is to, do everything in your power to do the opposite of what he cared about. Speaking of which, has nothing to do with it, but I found this meme and I thought it was funny. And so let's just show this just because, you know what I mean? Why not? That's how I feel about that right now. So there you go. There you go, Erica. There you go, TPUSA. Thanks for your support with Thomas Massie. Got to appreciate that. Now let's look at some other things people have said about this race. Here we go. Marjorie said there were only 4 of us Republicans. Yep, that's true. Only 4 Republicans forced the release of the files, by the way. We forget about that. The rest was Democrats that signed the discharge petition to force the release of the files. Thomas Massie, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and myself. Trump has come after us one by one ever since then. True. Who supports Ed Galrain? Oh, Mark Levine. I had Ed Galrain on my radio show last night. He's running against Massie. He's a superb patriot, and he'd be a great congressman. I endorsed him, and then I endorse him now. There you go. As JP says, yep, a true patriot funded by a foreign country's lobby. Doesn't get any more patriotic than that. But yes, Mark Levine, Donald Trump. These are the people cheering this on. And it's not even, guys, it's not just, check this out. It's not just Massie. These are some of the numbers they've done in the past. So they did the same thing to Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush in 2024. Look at those numbers. So they've done it before, right? It's just that right now, with how much people hate them, to do it this brazenly right in front of our faces is it's absolutely wild. Also, she's next. Like Lauren Boebert, they are going to spend $50 million to remove her now. Says she had the audacity to come out and endorse and campaign for Thomas Massie, but also said this with James Lee.
Just interviewed Representative Lauren Boebert and asked her straight up, should we keep funding Israel's Iron Dome? And she said no. Take a listen. Should we fund the Iron Dome or not?
So no, I'm not in favor of foreign aid. So I have voted for certain foreign aid projects in the past. And I mean, we've got to put our country first.
So no on the foreign aid until America.
Correct.
Well, she's gone. She's cooked, obviously. You can't say that. Yeah, so I see a lot of Thomas Massie for president, okay? No, I agree. I would love to see him run. However, the problem is in politics, coming off of losing your congressional seat and then running for president is going to be very, very difficult in the general election. Because you got to keep in mind, the vast majority of voters, and we saw this in tonight's election, are retarded, right? They're uninformed. They have no interest in actually paying attention to what's going on around. And it is what it is, but we saw that, the fact that he lost shows that. And so, yeah, they're going to be coming after her next. 1,000%. Let's do a quick poll, see what you guys think about if 92% of you thought the election was rigged. I think it was for sure. If they're willing to spend $35 million, they're willing to cheat for sure. Let's do a poll here quick on this. Will Massie run for president? Yes or no? What do you guys think? Do you guys think he goes for it now, or does he step out of politics? I mean, we don't know. He hasn't said a word about it yet. And then, yeah, okay. So we're gonna. God, so dumb. It's depressing, right? This was that pivotal moment. And it doesn't mean that we're fully cooked as a country, but man, it's a huge step back. What this really does is this puts all hope is on the Democrats now. I'm sorry, it is. The Republican Party just showed it is fucking cooked, right? The Republican Party is cooked. There ain't nobody left. Marjorie Taylor Greene's gone. Thomas Massie's going to be gone. Lauren Boebert will most likely have $50 million put against her. She'll be gone. The Republican Party is cooked. So that means it's literally up to the Democrats to save the fucking country. And they got problems too with the Israel lobby, right? It's a very bipartisan thing. Okay, let's take some super chats. We got a lot of super chats before we move on. See what you guys think. Excuse me. Nomad says science has proven you have a better chance of winning the Powerball than having your vote make real change. The BS our political class does. Well, it felt like that way tonight. Ed says MAGA is a trans mafia cult. I don't think we're voting our way out of this. Well, I think, again, that was shown to us tonight. Even today, I hope the Google Doc helped. I haven't got to it yet, brother. Unfortunately, I was focused on the Massie. I did see it. I just haven't gone through it yet. All good. I am going to get into it, though. I did see it. Thank you, brother. Just obviously the Massie election, everything's been the focus on today's show. Today, I'm officially done with the GOP and going full conservative independent like you, Nate. Tonight shows the harsh reality that we, the people, can't vote our way out of this bullshit. I think there's going to be a ton of Republicans who come right on over into the independent section now after this. I think there's a lot of people that were hanging on in the Republican Party that are going to say, nope, I'm fucking done with this party. Obviously, I'm well ahead of the curve on that one, but a lot of conservatives are going to, I think a lot of conservatives just woke up today and went, oh, no. Yeah, I see what this is now. So I'm with you on that one. I don't know. Adam says we aren't voting our way out of this. Yeah, it doesn't look like it right now, brother. Well, we didn't today, that's for sure. Today would have been voting out of it. If Massie would have won, it would have been a step in the direction of we can vote our way out of this. Doesn't feel that way. Wars Racket says this is democracy if this is all it takes to flip and punish one of the highest approval representatives. True, 100% agree. Do we live in a bubble? Could this have happened? I thought about this earlier, guys. I was thinking about this. I said, are we just in a little niche YouTube bubble and or is the vast majority of the countries actually pro our greatest ally? The polling doesn't demonstrate that at all. Actually, all of the polling across the country shows that no, Americans are sick of it. But the problem is, in the Republican side of the aisle, the America First, Thomas Massie-esque conservatives were only 15% of the party. 15% of the party. The party is still 85% MAGA. So we kind of, on our side, we kind of are in a bubble, right? The Democrats know. They have their own issues, but no, we're just not that big of a portion of the Republican Party, right? You got the tribalists, you got the insane cultists. So yeah, we're making headway. But not enough at the moment. Rigged, yeah. Look up Election Truth Alliance. It feels rigged. Joe says, okay, if we grew up in or live in Kentucky, don't listen to the trolling. In Kentucky, we are used to elections being bought by big money. Don't listen. Well, we saw that for sure, didn't we, Joe? Steve says, well, Nate, this country is run by the donor class, special and foreign interests, and Trump is absolutely disgusting human. So sad. Yep. Voter fraud. Yep. I think so too, guys. The GOP, 1854 to 2026. I will sit out of the midterms because I refuse to vote for a sellout Marsha Blackburn in the Tennessee governor race. The grand old America First, US. We're going to talk about this. We'll talk about it here once we get into a little bit later into the show. We're going to talk about what this means for independent conservatives. There's a lot of us here, right? That's the bulk of the community here. We've done the polling. Is about 50 to 60% of the community here is conservative independents, conservative Republicans, non-MAGA Republicans, and then I think we have 20 to 25% are very maybe center left independents, and then we have about 20 to 25% Democrat progressives. And so we're going to talk about what does this mean for moderate or independent conservatives that are not MAGA. What do we do next? Because there is a lot of us. But apparently voting for our own politicians like Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is not going to get it done. So it may have to get a little bit more radical than that. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Frank says, yeah, it pisses me off. The tax dollars go to AIPAC to buy yet another election. I have to get rid of this. Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of anger. Like, I have a lot of anger inside me right now about this because it's just like, we're so fucking sick of it, right? And just to see that, again, they can just walk in brazenly with, $35, $40 million and just buy an election, spit in everybody's faces. It's rough. Yeah, we did. We just talked about that, Ranger. I don't know if you just got here, but we showed some clips of Pete campaigning, and yes, he did violate the Hatch Act. But will anything happen to him? No. Nothing will fucking happen, right? All right, a couple more. Let's jump back in the show. Jesus is God in the flesh says, guess what? It's time for us all to repent. The party coming after you. Both sides, secret society established in this country, and the scales are lifting off your eyes. Yeah, thank you, brother. So they're no different than all elections. They've been buying politicians forever. True. This one just stings because it happened in the open. Yes, I do agree with you. I do agree with you on that. This isn't new, right? This is pretty normal. It's just that this was so brazen. Like they just right in front of everybody's face, like giant middle finger to America. And they just said, watch this. We can buy our way into whatever we want. You know? Okay. And then thank you, Mark. All right. So next, let's see. What do I want to do? I want to talk about this story. I did a video on it today. Let's talk about it because I want to do a poll on this. I don't know if you watched my video today. There's a bunch of it's not going to be a real long section of the show. Bunch of drama between Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn. I don't know if you guys have watched my video on this yet. If you haven't, make sure you go do it. I think it's a good one. Talks a lot about potentially our greatest ally in that one too. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Joe Rogan has been been very, very odd lately. Anytime anybody talks about our greatest ally on his show, he gets very uncomfortable. And he said some horrible things about Theo Vaughn on his show. And I want to get your guys' opinion on this, but let's actually look at this first. All right. This is what he actually said about Theo. Oh, let me pull it up here. This was in response to Theo having criticisms of Bibi Netanyahu when he came on the show.
Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. And last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. And it freaks me out because I know Theo has had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping and it didn't go well. It was like they shelved it. They never used it. And there was all these stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think.
Why would you say this about your fucking friend on your show? You think Theo's fucking proud of that? Probably not. I would if something bad like this happened to like JD DeLay or one of my close homies, I would never get on my fucking show and just start bad mouthing him about it. It's wild to me.
I think he just had kind of a breakdown. And then he was talking to the crowd, and there's a video of it where he said, the people were shaking, hey, we still love you. He goes, thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life.
Like,
that's
what
I'm
the
trying
fuck,
to do right
dude?
now. Yeah. And like, you hear stuff like that, and you just go like, oh, Jesus Christ. I've known too many people.
We're not going to talk too much about that. Obviously, it talks about unaliving. But I mean, and this was Theo's response. Theo responded directly to this clip and said, this is mostly cap. Which, this is mostly bullshit. Sad to see this kind of stuff. What he means is sad to see my friend talk shit about me when I'm not in front of him. I'm doing great. I'm a human, which is a rocky ride, but I'm doing fine. Thanks. Now, this all came because why? Because Theo Vaughn is noticing, right? And here was his final response on it. This is exactly this.
I would never take my own life. I would never take my own life. Okay? You hear that, Israel? I would never take my own life. I'm grateful to God for his grace in my life. I love my siblings. I have so many friends and people that love me and people that I want to see their children grow up. I'm hopeful that I get to have a wife and meet my own children one day. Like there's a ton of things in my life that keep me alive and hopeful, right?
So what is Joe doing? Like saying some shit like that about him? Anyway, I don't know. And all of it obviously came. See, he also called Theo Vaughn crazy on his show and said, you got to get off antidepressants. And why I don't want to show the clip because Theo Vaughn says some pretty critical things about Bibi Netanyahu, and given what just happened in the Thomas Massie race, I'm very nervous about what's going to start happening to YouTube channels like mine. But anyway, he called him crazy because Theo Vaughn basically talked about how he's sick of nobody taking accountability for the Epstein files, what's happening in Gaza, and Joe Rogan called him crazy and said you need to get off your antidepressant meds. So why? Because he's noticing like the rest of us are. Again, just very, very bizarre. But I want to get your take. Maybe I looked at it wrong, right? But when I just like, I saw this and just as somebody, you know, I thought about my friends, or if like one of my close friends would have done some shit like that and talked that shit about me like that, very personal things. It turned out not to even be true, by the way. Let's say, is Joe a bad friend? Let's just do that. And I don't have anything against either of these guys at all. I'm a big fan of Theo Vaughn. Personally, I am. I've seen Theo Vaughn multiple times in person. He's one of my favorite comedians. So I'm would be biased here, but I don't have anything. I don't have anything against Joe Rogan. I don't. I'm not an anti-Joe Rogan guy. I'm not like a big fan of Joe Rogan. I don't watch his content, but that doesn't mean I, you know, am like, F Joe Rogan. But it just, I don't know. I saw this and was just like, what the fuck, dude? I thought that dude was one of your best friends. I would be mortified and so disappointed if like JD DeLay just like came out and just like aired a bunch of my dirty laundry and then told people I was thinking about unaliving myself and it wasn't true. Like, what the fuck, dude? You know? But anyway, I wanted to, I mean, and maybe I just took it wrong. And that's why I figured I'd keep the story short here and ask you guys. Right. And let's see what we got. That's the last part of the show. If you want, I got the whole episode on it if you want to watch the video later. But yeah, 93% of you say bad friend. At least what he did. Maybe he's not a bad friend, you know, in general, but like doing that, I thought that was super, super low and scumbaggish for no reason. Okay, let's jump into the economy because there is a lot going on with the economy right now. This is the biggest one. Donald Trump finally got his way and got rid of Jerome Powell as Federal Reserve Chair. Kevin Warsh confirmed as the 17th chairman of the Federal Reserve. And let's see. What's some notable stuff about this guy? Here's one right here. His father-in-law is the president of the World J Congress. So that's going to be the guy in charge of the Federal Reserve who can collapse the entire economy if he wants by lowering interest rates. I would love to have lower interest rates, guys. I would. The problem is we have skyrocketing inflation. So what you're probably going to see is he's going to do whatever Trump wants so that we can improve the stock market for a little bit, and then we'll probably burn the economy into the ground. So, yeah. Wow, shocker, huh? There's just a lot of wins for the APAC lobby right now. Oh, if you guys didn't see this just broke today. Watch this. So, breaking, the Justice Department, who, keep in mind, is being run by Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, becomes very, very important for this story. So, essentially, Todd Blanche just announced the creation of $1.776 billion compensation fund for allies of President Donald Trump who say they were unfairly targeted by the previous administration. They're going to just steal $2 billion from taxpayers. And it's just going to be handed to Trump by the Justice Department. Oh, my God, dude. $2 billion. They're just going to hand it to him. And again, that Justice Department being run by Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, right? Oh, the levels of corruption are not, I've never seen anything like them. So anyway, this is also what's going on, and this is why lowering interest rates would be absolutely retarded right now, because you don't lower interest rates into climbing inflation. It's not a thing you do. You need to increase interest rates to bring down that inflation, typically. Well, inflation jumped to 3.8% in April as real wages fell. So as you can see, yes, inflation is almost up to 4% year over year. And keep in mind, this is going to lag behind the war and the increased gas prices. So this is going to continue to climb over the next 3, 4, 5 months. We'll probably get back up into the 5, 6, 7, 8% here while the war is continuing. So that's going to be great for the economy, right? That's general inflation. What do we also got? We have food inflation. I'm sure we've all felt this, right? You gone to the grocery store lately and gone, what the fuck is this bill? You know, you buy 2 bags of groceries and it costs you $118 fucking dollars. Well, that's because food inflation just jumped to 8% month over month in March. The worst is still ahead. So you just see this massive jump up in food inflation. Obviously, what is this being caused by? Gas prices, diesel prices being super high, and the fact you have to, again, transport all that food to the grocery stores. This is a natural one that's going to have massive inflation as well. Yay, great. Here's some just some numbers about how crazy food inflation actually is. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit on it. So check this out. Look at these end of 2019 prices. All right. Look at these numbers. This is at McDonald's. This is just McDonald's. Look at the price increase in, what is this, 5 years? 5 years, 6 years. Medium French fry has almost doubled or over doubled. A McChicken has tripled in price. Big Mac has doubled in price. 10-piece nuggets almost doubled in price. Cheeseburger tripled in price. So food is tripling in price, doubling to tripling in price every 5-6 years. So, I wonder why. Wonder why everything's so goddamn expensive. Well, there's the numbers. Here's some more. You guys tried to buy beef at the store recently? Look at this. Beef hits all-time highs as the fertilizer market chaos deepens. Cattle futures are hitting record highs. So there you go. Cattle and beef market is absolutely cooked, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure for those of you who went and have gone and bought a steak at your grocery store recently, you're going to see that. You're going to see that. Absolutely insane. Now, this clip is crazy. This is from the freight community. This is one of the guys showing what it costs to fill up his big rig, dude. Oh my God. Look at this. We think about our cars that we have. Look at what they are paying for their freight.
You want to know what it feels like to be a truck driver in Trump's America? There you go.
That's in the 700s, by the way.
There you go. It just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. This was yesterday, by the way. You want to know what the total was? You want to know what I had to pay for one fill up? That much.
$830 to fill his truck up. And they don't get good gas mileage, by the way. 156 gallons doesn't last that long. So that's insane. That's insane. You think that doesn't have just insane effects on costs of living? It does. But what's Trump think about it? We're going to take a look at some of the craziest shit ever he's been saying this week. Donald Trump was asked about this week. Multiple times. We're going to watch the first time he said it and the second time he said it. He doubled down. Of course, Patriotic Blonde with a fuck you, POTUS. And we're going to look at the actual clip of this here in a little bit. But yes, Trump reiterates the American financial situations are less important to him than the Iran war. That's right. That's a perfect statement. I'd make it again. We'll look at the actual statements because it's even grosser than you think. But yeah, couldn't care less. What about someone like Jim Jordan? How do you feel about gas prices, bud?
Promise in 2024 that if he was reelected, gas would be under $2 a gallon because of his policies.
Well, gas prices were coming down until we had to deal with this situation. But, you know, that's life. That's dealing with world and the world we live in.
That's life. The Republican Party, everyone. That's one of the same fucking guys that's part of the AIPAC lobby, by the way. Yeah, there you go. That's life. So that's what our politicians think about us. That's life. And we also have this. As our country's being sold out, now we're selling them out to data centers. If you guys have heard about this, Kevin O'Leary's new data center will consume more power than the entire state of Utah. Yes, Kevin O'Leary is planning on building a massive 40,000-acre hyperscale data center. The data center is estimated to eventually consume 9 gigawatts of power a year. The entire state of Utah only consumes about 4 gigawatts. So that's going to be great, right? Rich assholes ruining your fucking state, and they do not care. Tucker Carlson got in a debate with him about this. Had some great points. Let's take a look here. Oops.
About why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts. It's a competition.
But why are you getting tax breaks is my question.
Yeah, everybody, you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs? That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion.
Well,
that's just
okay, but anyone who starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't. But
well, of course they do. If you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
Hey, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
Wow. But why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares, but here's why they would do it.
Why would the taxpayers have to?
Well,
I mean, in other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I, as a taxpayer, forced to pay for your business? I don't.
He doesn't have a good answer. He doesn't care, right? But yeah, it's a great point. Why are the taxpayers subsidizing and paying for these data centers that are destroying their communities? What, like, I don't get anything subsidized for my business. Why the fuck do these guys get the subsidized for literally destroying? You want to talk about destroying the environment? So again, someone said it's always been that way. Yeah, true, but we're talking about these data centers that are literally going to destroy the state, right? So you're asking the taxpayer to pay and subsidize their own communities being destroyed. Anyway, all right. Well, we got this though. Donald Trump saying, "Don't worry, the stock market will skyrocket and inflation may fall immediately once the Iran conflict ends, whenever the fuck that's going to be." There's no end in sight. Speaking of the stock market, completely untethered from reality right now. We noticed when we looked at core inflation metrics, the economy, all these different things, gas prices, the stock market should not be doing well at all by every metric. But yet the stock market is going straight vertical. And it's almost like they're setting up a massive rug pull. But also at the same time, Mike Johnson came out and said this. Speaker Mike Johnson says congressmen should be able to be allowed to trade stocks because they can't survive with the current inflation. Oh my gosh, these poor congressmen.
Well, look, the salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. When you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean,
did you hear what he just said there? Make the extreme sacrifice to be in Congress? You motherfuckers work like 3 months out of the year and you make almost $200,000 a year. The government was shut down for like what? Either between both the main shutdown and the secondary shutdown for like 3 months already this year. What? This sacrifice? You make anywhere. Well, they make $174,000 a year, and you can't survive at all. Okay, I mean, so that's why they have to be able to insider trade stocks. So they're just not making enough money. Okay. Last couple here. This one just because it's funny. We talked about the Trump phones on Friday, so they're going to deliver them, guys. Trump Mobile has delivered them. But there's a community note. So they finally delivered these $500 Trump phones. It turns out all these Trump phones is a reskin T-Mobile Rebel 7 Pro 5G Wing Tech, now owned by Luxshare, made in China. It's not American made. And it retails on Amazon for $126. All they did was slapped a gold sticker on the back and called it a Trump phone and marked it up $400. And then sold it to MAGA. So there you go. There you go. And people bought it. All right, this last one, I don't know where to put it in the show because we're not talking about anything in the military tonight, but this happened. And if you haven't seen this, it's just insane. Just two EA-18 growlers literally running into each other at an air show. So again, doesn't have much to do with the show, but just crazy. So. Woo. Got 4 shoots out. And boom. We lost a lot of planes this year, haven't we? We lost a lot of planes this year. This is probably the most planes we've lost, I don't know, probably since what? World War II? In like this short of a period? I can't imagine another time we had this many aircraft shot down. I don't know. I'm not sure if they did or not yet. How much did those cost? I think each one's around 100 million. So a couple $100 million. Whoopsies. Hopefully they're fine, right? Hopefully we want to make sure the pilots are okay. I haven't heard any word that anybody was killed, so that's good. But again, didn't have anything to do with the show. Just pretty wild clip. All right, next we're gonna look at a couple independent things, then we're getting into what's going on with Donnie D. Donnie D. You know he's happy right now, at least. It's one of the worst parts about Thomas Massie losing is that Trump loves it, right? It's probably one of the worst parts. All right, let's do a couple super chats before we jump into the next section of the show here. All right, Mr. Chow says, when we the people go for the Independence Party, I don't think there wouldn't be a future in America if we the people don't go for independence. Yeah, I mean, we might need something more radical than that. We're going to talk about that in a bit. Frank says, this is absolute proof that we're occupied. True, agree. Cannot vote our way out. I will fight even if I'm alone. Honey Badger mode. Sis says the black pill is officially swallowed, brother. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much. Yeah, I was already close, but I think a lot of us are pretty black pilled at this point after tonight. Pray to God, love your family, and train is all we can do. Get active locally and F the feds. Stank. Jesus. Yeah, I agree with you, homie. Thank you, brother. Mark says, as depressing as KY4 is, Kentucky 4th District is, we must grid our loins for the battles ahead. Good comment. Good comment. Yeah, we ain't giving up. We're not giving up yet. And we're not going to make it that easy for them. MAGA manipulating America's global asshole. Yep. AJ says, when do we... Okay, I can't read that one, AJ. Appreciate you, though, brother. Deborah says, Elon's baby mama is talking about how they stole the 2024 election. And I think they stole this election, in my opinion. Yeah, I think they did for this one for sure. I did see that. Ashley Sinclair, right? It's her name. Was talking about how Elon, I don't know the whole story yet. Potentially he was using his satellites to cheat in the 2024 election. There is sort of some things that lend to that maybe being true. The fact that Elon Musk announced that he knew Donald Trump won like 2 hours before anybody else did, which was very, very bizarre at the time. But we'll have to get more out of that story. Who said elections can't be bought? Yeah, we just found that out. All right, a couple more. We'll jump back in here. Frank says AIPAC bought more than election. They paid for American blood. Yeah, they bought a lot, man. Donnie suffered Massie derangement stuff. Boo, you suck. I want Munchkin. 2 to mods. It's just jokes. Well, Munchie's not in here right now, unfortunately. We'll get her in here soon. Silly Rabbit, everyone knows only Trump is allowed to claim elections are rigged when his people don't win. Yep. All right, 2 more. We'll jump back into the show. BB, the place is trying to help our greatest ally. They're addressed. Okay. Can't make that joke anymore. Does Massie have a chance in 2028? We'll talk about that. Yes. That's 110% yes. Okay, let's jump into it. Let's talk a little bit about independent politics. Usually get some great stuff from Andy in this regard.
People can laugh at each other.
Hold on. Let me restart that. Andy's a big proponent of it's not left versus right, it's not black versus white, it's not Christian versus Muslim like I am. That's why I like a lot of his stuff.
So the matter is this: if black people and white people can laugh at each other and finally get along and get together and realize, hey man, we're all getting fucked. Those people in Washington couldn't do a motherfucking thing. Our biggest handicap in this country right now is the division between black and white.
And who drives and pays for that division? Who drives and pays for it? It's not Democrats. It's not Republicans. We all know who it is at this point. And then we got one more. Oops.
No, that guy's a Fed. That guy's a Fed. We're all fucking Feds because we're all employees of the government because they steal way more of our fucking dollars than we get to keep. So if you want to be real about it, y'all are fucking Feds. Every single fucking one of you just don't fucking get it. Why don't we stop arguing about all of these things and figure out that we're all on the same team and those motherfuckers ain't? The day that happens is when things start to get better. But people would rather get clicks and likes and shares. That guy's a
Yep. That's why I like Andy. He talks about the same things, same stuff I does. Now, the next 2 are not necessarily independent stuff, but just because it's talking about both Republicans and Democrats. Here is the current field for who potentially is going to run for president. Oh, my God. This is the field. I mean, when you start looking through this, there's a couple in here. You got Tucker. We got maybe AOC. We got Marjorie. But outside of that, it is looking grim, ladies and gentlemen. This is just like the Zionist fucking dream team here. All right. The vast majority of them. It's oof. Thomas Massie should be up there, obviously. Here's the new front runners from each party, by the way. AOC is now moving into the front runner position for the Democrats. Wild. We'll talk about that in the Democrat section. But yeah, recent polls place Marco Rubio and AOC as the top presidential contenders. Wow. That would be pretty wild. Anyway, we'll talk more about that here in a little bit, okay? Let's get into the Trump section. Let's start with this. We'll start with some comedy. We need some comedic relief, and this comedian nailed it.
You got to get down to 49 states. We got to get down to 49. We're about to take Greenland. We need 49. We have 51. That means he gets to design a new flag. I'm sorry, but this is why I think he's gay. He's a gay man, bro.
Yep.
Designing flags, designing ballrooms. I grab women by the... What's that even mean? What's that mean? I hang out with some dogs, like dogs. Some of my friends are bad people. Not one of them was ever like, yo, I grabbed it, because that doesn't make any sense. You can't grab pussy, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what a gay man says. That's covering up. That's straight. We got.
That's good comedy right there. That is that's good comedy right there. Okay, now we got this going on. I don't know if you guys see these. These are actual real photos from China. Nothing more to see other than just like, goddamn, he is looking way worse than we could possibly imagine when he's not all caked up and done up. It's it's rough out here for the boy, huh? When that comb over is sweated down, he is rough to look at, huh? Rough to look at. Anyway. Okay, let's just get into all of the insane shit that this guy has said this week, because there's a lot of it. Shocker, right? Here's him talking about how he just does not give a shit about the American people, and doubled down on it, by the way.
The people get it. Jumped all over this statement that you made the other day. You were asked when you were leaving.
What extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
That's right.
So, I mean, you can imagine. Maybe there was some miscontext. Maybe he didn't mean to say that I don't think about Americans' financial situations whatsoever. Couldn't care less. Right? Maybe he misspoke. Let's find out.
That's a perfect statement. I'd make it again. You can imagine how many people stop the soundbite I don't think about America's financial situation. So what's your response to that framework?
It's very simple. When people hear me say it, everybody agrees. Short-term pain. It's going to be short-term pain. But the pain is much less than people thought.
Pundits.
I love how he just doubles down and goes, no, it's a perfect statement. It's literally a perfect statement. No, I don't care. I don't care or think about Americans' financial situations whatsoever. You're the president of the United States. You probably should. That should be one of the things you're concerned the most with, especially since wasn't that his whole shtick, right? He's the economy president. Maybe not, but don't worry. We'll just keep going with some more.
Need it at all. We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case, like, why are we even, we're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And I told them today, I said, we're helping you, and we're helping you in another way.
Think about this. He's talking about the Iran war, and he literally says, we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for Israel. And then he says, Sean Hannity presses him and says, this has been very good for China. And he literally says, I told Xi Jinping that. The motherfucker straight up admitted that this war has been fantastic for who was supposed to be our biggest adversary. He just admitted it. He's like, yeah, it's been great for them. That's what I told Xi. What? So we're doing this war. He's just straight out said it out loud. Also, why shouldn't people be apologizing to Joe Kent? Isn't that why MAGA and everyone attacked Joe Kent? Is because Joe Kent said we're doing this war for Israel? And now he just comes out and says it. No, it's good for Israel and China. That's why we're doing it. Sick, dude. Sick, dude. And MAGA loves it, right? MAGA loves it. But he's got a new phrase now that he thinks he's the most clever man in the world with this one. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but this is his new phrase. So we're gonna be hearing this nonstop, I'm sure.
Came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
Oh, I know which one it is.
Democrats.
He
Because
said-
they're dumb. They're dumb. It's DUM. I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You know, you take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the
No, but
face of
it's
this
just-
earth, right? You live rent free.
I was talking about a guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a very low IQ individual. And I talked about him. I said, he's a dumb guy. He's a Democrat. And I said, oh, what a great name that is.
Look how proud of himself he is. Look how proud of himself he is. That's a good one. You got Republicans. There's also rape publicans. That's another one I've heard. But yeah, I mean, that's his new thing. And look, guys, you know, when Donald Trump thinks he's got something clever, he's already, here it is, right? He's letting it fly. Good riddance after 15 years of Democrats promising that climate change is going to destroy the planet. The United Nations TOP Climate Committee just admitted that its own projections were wrong. All right. Anyway, he's gonna be using that phrase in everything that he talks about for a while. Nothing new there. There's just the fact he's saying all this crazy shit out loud this week. Dementia, obviously, and nobody cares. Check this one out.
A man who's doing a great job, I'll tell you. I knew it because he kept me out of jail for years. Acting Attorney General, carte blanche. He kept me out of jail. They would indict me left and right. The crooked Democrats. You know, it's amazing. I'm
not sure bragging about that with the that being the acting Attorney General. Not sure that's something you should be bragging about. You know what I mean, guys? The fact that he's in charge now when he's your personal criminal defense attorney. Let's get some more fell for it again for MAGA here. Why not? You know, America first, baby. There we go.
Assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi.
I don't look. It's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students. They come, good students. Our university system does great. You know, it does great. You want to screw it up? Take 500,000 students out, and you're going to see bankruptcies at the lower end of good colleges, but they're not known or whatever. I frankly think that it's good that people come from other countries and they learn our culture, and many of them want to stay here. I think it's good.
What? Look, I don't have a problem with it, but what? MAGA. What happened? This was your whole thing. You don't want immigrants in here. You don't want Chinese immigrants, right? What? That was his whole thing. That was the whole shtick. What about that? I thought we didn't like immigration. MAGA. What happened? As long as they're Chinese and they're buying farmland, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, but don't worry, guys. He also the shit he's been saying this week, guys, is just fucking out of control. Here's another one. Why not?
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good honor. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba
in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. I do believe.
Okay. Okay. Literally insane. talking about just fucking taking fucking foreign countries now. We should probably focus on Iran, to be honest, before we move on to taking other countries. I just, again, God, it's too much, guys. But we got this. Hey, all right, so that's good. You know, why not? Fuck it. And then we have this. This was just announced as of 5 hours ago. Donald Trump is now saying that we are going to start attacking Iran again. Somebody's top comment says, war's over, by the way. And then, I'm tired. This time we'll win. This is what winning looks like. Fourth time's the charm. Oh my God, man. Oh, Jesus. But also, hey, you know our allies, Taiwan? Well, Donald Trump is now warning Taiwan that they better not declare independence against mainland China. He's threatening Taiwan on behalf of China, ladies and gentlemen. So, okay, I guess we're just communist China is our new greatest ally. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Doesn't it just feel like he's just doing the fucking opposite of literally everything? It's like it takes whatever issue it is, and it's just like, what did I say in 2024? I'm doing the fucking opposite of that. Whatever it is, I'm doing the polar opposite. I don't care. And my voters, they'll support me. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. I can be pro-immigration. I can be pro-China buying up our farmland. I can be anti-Taiwan. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, and then Donald Trump put out his new threats to Iran yesterday with this tweet. Brace yourselves. Here we go. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy. Look, just what is this? They have to admit it. Iran has to admit these things. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and that their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender, why does he quote stuff like this? That's not a thing. And admit their defeat to the great power of the United States. Then he goes into a rant about all the fake news. What is this? Yeah, this comment. What does this even mean? Yeah, that looks like that's what Iran's going to do, man. They're just going to march out with their white flags and give up. Because we've definitely see that. Here we go. Here's some more. Guys, I'm sorry, guys, but this is all from this week. Trump posts AI image showing Obama, Biden, and Nancy Pelosi swimming in filth. And look what he named it. Democrats love sewage. Okay, this is the president of the United States. This is super professional. Super professional. Here's another thing we announced if we want to spend our money more frivolously. Trump's Golden Dome for American missile defense system estimated to cost $1.2 trillion. Yeah, if we weren't already $40 trillion in debt, maybe that'd be cool. What do we need a Golden Dome for? Is this to protect us from Iran? We need a Golden Dome. Why is it gold? Does that make any sense? Anyway, another 1.2 trill to that. All right, number 1.2 trill to that. All right. Also, you've got Donald Trump ranting and raving, pissed off because China has a ballroom. China has a ballroom, and so should the USA. It's under construction ahead of schedule and will be the finest facility of its kind anywhere in the United States. Thank you for the support I've been given getting this project going. Scheduled opening will be around September 2028. All right. Very cool. China in their ballroom. Great. God, I saw the amount of people I saw, MAGA, simping for this, talking about what an absolute badass. Donald Trump just stole Xi Jinping's notes and was reading them. We'll talk about it here in a second, but let's watch this. Unbelievable images show Donald Trump in China casually taking a look at Xi Jinping's documents right beside him, completely stress-free. Wow. Well, guess what? Donald Trump doesn't speak or read Mandarin fucking Chinese. So, what did he get there? But MAGA loved it. Look at our president, the toughest around. It's like you can't fucking read Chinese. What are we talking about here? But they love that shit, huh? Also, they're chanting this. They're chanting this in the streets today after Massie lost. Here we go.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Sick, dude. Sick. That's a Donald Trump's dudes. All right. And then one final one on Trump. So, you remember the golden statue? It looks like it may have been vandalized by the people of Florida that are now dumping their trash on it. So, that's pretty funny. All right, we're gonna get into some of the Trump admin here next, but let's hit some super chats first before we do that. The 7% I want to recount. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter. I think it's well stolen at this point. Let's do some super chats. We'll jump back into it here in a second. I don't blame you, Frank. Frank says he will not. Excuse me, got the hiccups. Will not be using the ballot box anymore. I feel you, buddy. Can we get a vid on your experience of dive school? I never got to go to dive school, man. Never got to go to dive school. Was on a dive team for a long time. It's actually pretty common. About half my team never got to go. Mainly because we were busy with pre-deployments and then deployments to Afghanistan. So my sergeant major at the time said, anybody who is preparing or going to combat, you're not going to schools like free fall or dive school. And then when I came back from my trip in 2018, I had to have surgery on both my knees. And then took some time off and went to a mountain team after that, and then a Halo team. So I never got to go, unfortunately. Also, we literally never got in the water pretty much my entire time on the team because of that. But it's pretty normal during the global war on terror. All right. What can we do now? Yeah, we'll talk about that here in just a second, Robin. Got some ideas. They were promised gambling and adult entertainment revenue to make war on kids and elderly 3,000 years ago. Definitely God's plan. Independent, the outcome of Kentucky is the reason why I rarely vote. USA is fucked. Feels that way right now, huh? Bottom line, our greatest ally bought it. Kentuckians own it. Yep. We're going to talk about that in a bit. Mr. Shadow says, when was the last time one of we the people had an Independence Party president? Oh, I don't know. I think it's been more than 2 centuries, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I don't know. It's been a while. Fox News, boomer strike again. All right, 2 more. We'll jump back in. All folks that Trump primary should run as independent as the final FU to Trump. Ooh. Now, think about this. Thomas Massie runs as an independent in the general. Gives the election to the Democrat because the Republican vote gets split. Oh. Can he do that? I'm not sure if can he still. Some states allow that. I'm not sure if Kentucky would allow that. We got any experts? We got any experts on that? I'm not sure. I know, again, some states allow it, some states don't. Says he can't. Right in, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look up the legalities of that for Kentucky. Interesting idea, though. Voting now is like writing a letter to Santa for adults. Kind of feels that way, huh? Massie should run as an independent. Well, Mark, we just talked about that. Again, I don't know if he could or not. 2028, if you're a party member, middle finger. Yeah. All right, one more. Robin says we have to literally fight back now. Today was proof that if we don't do something now, we won't make it till November. Yeah, it does feel like that. They're going to ramp up a lot of craziness moving into it for sure. Okay, let's jump back into it. Speaking of the midterms, Mike Johnson said this. If we lost the midterms, it would be the end of the Trump presidency.
Lost the midterms, heaven forbid. If we lost the majority in the House, it would be the end of the Trump presidency in a real effect.
Well, then I have some ideas. We're going to talk about in just a second. Also, this is the Republican Party, everybody.
On the China trip, I'm going to ask Senator Murkowski to wrap up. And thank you all for being here.
Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy. Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy still have questions. Wrap up after.
Hold here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of time for a second round, so we'll get through everybody. And Senator Murkowski, I appreciate your taking over.
And he's out.
President.
And he's out of there, right? He's, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Well, he'll be in Congress. Thomas Massie won't be in Congress, but he will. Holy shit, huh? And then you also had Mike Johnson came out and said this. We must defeat all the mini Mom Donnies popping up in the Democrat Party. They are country-destroying lunatics. I'm not sure if Mom Donnie is the one destroying the country. I'm just not sure I see it, ladies and gentlemen. These two, however, these two assholes, those who try to destroy Trump politically, stand in the way of his agenda, are going to lose. Yes, MAGA. MAGA is Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is MAGA, right? Tell all of your, make sure anybody you talk to, if they say, mention their MAGA, just be like, oh, you're part of the Lindsey Graham party. They'll love that. They'll love that. So, all right. That's all we had for the Trump admin so far. Let's talk about Democrats. A lot of interesting things here. So, we talked about this earlier. AOC surges to the lead of the 2028 presidential primary for the first time. AOC would be the first Hispanic woman, and the youngest U.S. president in history.
36 years old, 1 year into her constitutional eligibility to be president, now sits in the pole position for the 2028 Democratic nomination. A Regaless Atlas Intel poll has her at 26, ahead of Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and everybody else. AOC...
Yeah, I mean, it's better than Trump. It's better than J.D. Vance. It's better than Marco Rubio. It's better than Gavin Newsom, I guess. I don't know. Here we go. Somebody that we're a little bit more excited about. Although I'm getting a little bit worried about this race too now. As it gets closer. What they're going to do. Here's our buddy Graham talking about J.D. Vance.
I'm not a pacifist, but I am effectively anti-war. I will not use my role in the United States Senate to send young Americans off to go through the kind of horrors and trauma that I had to go through. I will fight that tooth and nail because I don't want to get in too much to my service, but I'm not J.D. Vance.
Oof, shots fired.
I didn't go sit in an air-conditioned office and occasionally take a mortar round now and again. I was in the infantry.
Yeah, buddy.
That was what I did over and over and over again. And I know exactly what the reality of that looks like. And I am dedicated to making sure that people do not have to go through that, not the way I went through it.
Well, there is some hope. We do have candidates like Graham. Thank God. We don't have very many. But again, I could see them try to pump, $30-40 million into Susan Collins. I don't think she's got any shot. I think Graham is going to destroy Susan Collins regardless. But at least here's and there's. But then we see a great one like Graham, and then we still got this.
I'd like to call it. And in that no bad ideas brainstorm, we talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College. We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We invite a conversation about multi-members districts. We talk about, that if we win the Senate, which we should and we will, then the Senate Judiciary Committee should have rules that they put in place so when these people come before as nominees to the Supreme Court and lie, that they are held to account and consequence, not just that somebody goes on cable
She sounds drunk.
news and says they lied, but that there are rules in place to actually penalize people for lying to a Senate Judiciary Committee. That we agree that it is right to have ethics rules for Supreme Court justices.
Okay. Now, Electoral College, I don't got a problem getting rid of this one. I'm fine with that. But talking about expanding the Supreme Court, talking about giving statehood to other, other states, Puerto Rico, DC, these are losing arguments. These are losing arguments on both sides. Like, as soon as people hear that, you're like, no, we don't want to hear about you trying to pack the Supreme Court. We don't want to hear about you trying to cheat. That cannot be Democrats' message. Democrats' message cannot be, we need to cheat. That is already what's happening with the Republicans. Now, I get with gerrymandering, there's a lot of talk about Democrats pretty much have to gerrymander as well right now, or otherwise it's going to be a blowout. So fairness to that. But yeah, a lot of that stuff. And also, she's just the most unlikable person ever. I mean, she's just so unlikable. So Democrats, you can't. I know, God, she's somehow still up there in the polls high. Let's talk about another big front runner. I don't know if this is true yet or not. I keep hearing about this. Again, I'm not going to report this as it's true, but it's been reported that Gavin Newsom has balanced California's budget, bringing the state deficit down to $0. If this is true, this is actually pretty wild. I don't know if this is true or not, or if there's a lot of context to this we haven't heard yet. I haven't been able to research the story enough, but here's Gavin talking about it a couple days ago. He says, you won't hear this on Fox News. California just released a balanced budget that wipes out the deficit this year and next while protecting healthcare and safety nets. Meanwhile, Trump added $2.4 trillion to the federal deficit with his big, beautiful betrayal. Republicans ruin budgets. Democrats balance them. Adulting matters. Now, again, I don't know. I'm assuming this. I guess this is true. If it is true, this is crazy. This is actually like, okay, wow, fucking crushed. If he did this, if Gavin Newsom actually balanced California's budget, I'll give him his fucking kudos and say, well done. I don't think it's happened yet, but that's a pretty good move moving into 2028 if he's trying to run. That'll be, again, if he can run on that, he'll be far, far more likable. Yeah, somebody said it's wild if it's true. Yeah, for sure. Again, I don't know. I need to get further into the reporting on it because you never know, right? With politicians, Gavin Newsom may be saying that, but there could be all sorts of different loopholes to this and that. Actually, we were talking about this section of the budget. You never know. But we'll find out. Somebody said he'll run on it even if it's true. That's 100%. Yeah, that's definitely true. But if it is true, I think it sounds like Mamdani actually did balance the budget in New York. But again, I don't know about Gavin yet. We got to get better reporting on that one. But anyway, if it's true. Also, the problem for Gavin, one of the big problems for Gavin is he's got to get his wife out of the media because she is, the shit she talks about is wild.
Boys, we all know, I think, or increasingly are realizing that boys are moving away from sort of the more progressive boys that spend time online are moving a little bit I'm trying not to be political here, but are moving to the right.
Yes, they are. That's true. Young men are.
And being sort of influenced by the Andrew Tates and some of that sort of alt-right socialization online that we know is very, very dangerous. My husband and I were alarmed when our kids were watching sports online and my son knew about Andrew Tate and thought he was pretty cool and thought that his Republican grandfather, who's not a Trumper, but a fiscal conservative, thought that my father would like Andrew Tate. So that's scary. We're like one of the most progressive households, and our son is confused and asking all these questions. We're working on legislation to hold tech companies accountable and help them be a force for good in our kids' and families' lives, to really provide all the best in class resources and support for you.
Censorship. That's what she's talking about. Censorship. I don't like people learning about masculinity. That's what she's saying. She's also talked about how she purposely and forcefully makes her sons play with dolls. Not that her son likes to play with dolls, so they allow it. That's completely different. No, she talks about how she forces her young boys to play with girls' toys so that they don't become too hyper masculine. So she's a fucking problem. And that type of rhetoric and mentality, that's the type of stuff from the Democrat Party where I go, nope, fuck no. This is why I can't vote with y'all. We'll talk about that in a second here. Is that type of stuff. The war on masculinity, the war on young men, like that, the Democrat Party, you got to fix that. It's got to fix that. You guys have to fucking let go of that, right? That stuff is a non-starter. It's a huge portion of why Donald Trump won the election to begin with. No, fucking absolutely not, right? We should encourage our young boys to be masculine. Masculinity is incredibly healthy, okay? And it's incredibly important. A lot of the problems, almost all of the problems in modern society stem from a lack of masculinity. We do not have a problem with hypermasculinity. We have a problem in this country with lack of masculinity. And so we don't need to gut that any further, especially through policy, especially through censorship. Anybody who calls, the second she said, we're working with big tech companies to stop this. Nah, dude, we all know what that is, okay? That's just going to be an attack on the First Amendment and our kids. So that angle's got to go too, right? And then this is the other problem for Democrats is that they still got this, right? They still have this part of the party right here.
Flag in my face.
Hold on, we got to restart this one. We got the Fettermans of the party, the Schumers, the Bookers, the Jeffries.
I went to Senator John Fetterman's office in my military uniform, and he walked out and waved an Israeli flag in my face and then slammed the door in my face. That was when I knew that our politicians, like, this was much deeper than anything that I could have ever imagined. And that there was the Zionists and the Israeli government had infiltrated inside of our government. You know, that opened the door to AIPAC and to lobby groups.
Look at that. 98% have won. Well, if you can spend tens of millions of dollars to do it, it sure makes it a lot easier. But the Democrats have that problem on their side too. It's not nearly as bad as the right, obviously, but they do have that blue MAGA part of the party that is, again, part of the problem. The conversation then becomes, okay, we talked about this earlier, and I wanted to wait till we got to the Democrat part of the show. Now, there's big problems for me with the Democrat Party. We just talked about them, right? The war on masculinity, the transing the kids, drag queen story hour, all of these social things that you'll never get my support on. You just won't, because I think it's super unhealthy. However, compared to, well, the Republican Party is doing all of those things anyway. So, and now we have the Republican Party which is just the Israel Party. So again, we're not going to get anything done through Republicans. So what do we do then? And that's what we're going to ask. Are we going to go the full Nick Fuentes route, which is fuck the Republican Party, burn it to the ground, vote in Democrats in 2026? Doesn't matter who the Republican is, do not vote for them. Vote for the Democrats. There is a big talking push already going on online. I think JD DeLay's in the chat. He messaged me and said, you see a bunch of conservative, America First conservatives talking about how they're going to vote Democrat. Nick Fuentes has already called for it. I haven't called for that. You guys know I don't tell you guys what to vote for. But we are going to do a poll. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm never here to tell you guys what to think. You know that. But just here to give my perspective on things. And we kind of work things out together as a community, right? That's what we do here. Let's poll this, though. And where the hell? I can't. Where's my poll? Okay, here we go. Let's poll this. Should we vote Dem out of spite? 2026 midterms. All right. Let me know what you guys think. There's a lot of talk about this right now. Well, we can't do anything by voting for our own party because our own party is fucking bought and paid for by a foreign country's lobby. So can we punish our own party? Now, the logic and thought process behind this would be you hold your own party accountable, right? Your own party decides to fuck around. Well, they get to find out. It's like, great, you won your primaries. Congrats. All you MAGA Republicans, you won your primaries. Well, guess what? Now that 15% of the conservative base that feels slighted, well, now they're just going to vote Democrat. And now you're not going to win any elections. That will happen. If all of the America First conservatives say, fuck you, we're all voting Democrat across the board, it'll be the biggest blue wave you've ever seen in your life. But does that fix anything? I don't know. Because again, there's big problems with a lot of there are good Democrats out there, right? But across the board, are you going to get anything different? It's still the uniparty. But maybe that is enough of a slap in the face to MAGA and Republicans that going into 2028, maybe we get a real candidate like Thomas Massie. I don't know. Or not vote, right? Sitting out also is to the same effect, right? If 15% of conservatives completely sit out and don't vote at all, that's still going to have the similar type of effect on the elections. So you could, if you could either sit out, let's say sit out or vote Democrat, that would be, or vote third party, right? All of those are different options. Because what's the alternative? Are you going to vote for Republicans? Are you guys going to vote for Republicans? What good does that do us? We just saw what happened to Thomas Massie. So you going to vote for AIPAC Republicans? Or are you going to referendum and say I'm not voting? Or referendum and say, fuck you, I'll vote for the other side? I haven't made a decision yet for myself, guys. I haven't made a decision for myself what I want to do with that. Yeah, that'd be nice, huh, Adam? I like New Zealand. But, again, just getting your guys' take on this. I haven't made a decision myself on it. But, yeah, we can see by the poll, 2 out of 3 people say yes, fuck it. 2 out of 3 people say yes, fuck it, let's vote Democrat. That's a lot. That's a lot. Because, again, we are still a conservative-leaning audience. Not completely, but yeah, there's 0% chance I will vote for any Republican. None. Okay? I'll say that out loud. After what they did to Thomas Massie, I will not vote for a Republican in 2026. Maybe I'll just sit out. I don't know. Or if you provide me, a good candidate from the Democrat side, sure, I'll support that. Like the Graham Massies and Ro Khannas of the world, sure, I'll support them. For sure. What's stupid about it? You want me to vote for Israel First Republicans? Why? Extrapolate on that. Tell me why I should vote for an Israel First Republican over a Democrat or over not voting. Tell me. Explain it to me. Someone in the chat, explain to me why I should do that. Give me a good reason. Give me one good reason to vote for an Ed Galrain. Somebody want to give me one good reason? Any Republican in here, tell me one reason. I haven't seen a single valid reason yet. Anybody? James Fishback? Sure, that's a governor of Florida, though. I can't vote for a governor of Florida. But he's an America First. Yes, I'd vote for America First Republicans, but there basically are none. Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Fishback. That's it. There aren't anymore. Right? Because they're all being washed out by the Republican Party. So why would I vote? Oh, Dan Bilzerian, sure. Yeah, sure. Of course. That's one because of Randy Fine, obviously. But again, there's just I don't see any reason why I should. It's all corrupt. So I'm not going to vote for a party that's I'm not going to vote for a party that just did what they did to Thomas Massie. You're fucking out of your mind. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. Why would I reward that behavior? Why would I reward that behavior? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you guys what to think or what to do. I'm just thinking about what I just watched happen to Thomas Massie, thinking about the Republican Party, and Republican Party's cooked, dude. Cooked. That's the truth. I mean, there ain't no arguing that. Now you're just like, okay, well, I think you got to make this decision for yourself. I think Randy Fine, think about this. I think Randy Fine or Ted Cruz is better than Democrats. Do you believe that? I don't know. That's up to you. That's up for you guys to make those decisions for yourself. But I don't think so. unless you put them up against a Chuck Schumer, right? A Chuck Schumer versus, Randy Fine. It's the same shit on both sides, right? But I'm saying, let's say you had somebody like Graham Plattner, right? Or Ro Khanna running against an Israel First Republican. Who are you going to vote for in the general? Who would you vote for? You going to vote for Susan Collins? That's a perfect race to talk about, right? Are you going to do massive neocon, AIPAC bot, been around forever, deep state Susan Collins, because she's a Republican, or are you going to vote for someone like Graham Platter? And I'm asking the Republicans out there, who would you vote for there? If you could, if that was a, let's say this, let's just test this, right? We can extrapolate this by saying, rather than just a main election, let's just hypothetically say Collins versus Plattner for president, right? Now everybody can vote on it. Let's see who you're voting for. Anybody can vote. Straight up, head to head. Who are you voting for? Right? Between the two. If this is just hypothetical. Right? Okay. Now, let's do a couple super chats and we'll jump into all of the wild takes from the MAGA simps. I'll give you guys a little promo what we're going to be looking at tonight. Guys like this. We're going to be looking at guys like this in the next section. Yes, Trump's new ballroom right on his chin. So that's what we're going to be looking at in the next part of the show. Okay. It's a lot out here. All right, let's hit some super chats. David says voting made a difference. They wouldn't let us do it. Mark Twain. Great quote. And true. Donna says Massie introduced the Big E Files Transparency Act and introduced the bill. Americans insist on political agent clarity. Yeah. Yes, he did. And that's why they got rid of him, Donna, for that specifically. Thank you. It's very clear what happened to C. Kirk and why now. Oh, we didn't even talk about that, huh? Yeah. Think about this. What if Charlie was alive right now? And what if Charlie would have endorsed Thomas Massie? How do you think that election would have gone? Probably would have looked a lot different, don't you think? But Charlie's not here with us to endorse Thomas Massie. So, interesting. Katie says, keep voting, slave. Yeah, that's how it feels, huh? Get your sticker, hate your neighbor for checking the wrong box. Yep, and feel like you actually changed something while they rob us blind and assault our kids. America, baby. 100%, Katie. Nailed it. This is exactly what America is right now. It's very, very frustrating for all of us. I mean, you nailed it to the T. Yep. Thank you very much, Katie. Chris says, can't wait for the next most important election of our lives and all the things the Dems will do if everybody doesn't get on board with this shit. Well, that's the way it goes. Jamie says they had to take out CK. Oh, yeah, we just talked about this. Or he would have done for Massie what he did for Trump. Yeah, great question. I mean, there's a lot of things now when we start to look at this. The Iran war he was against. That's a problem. Thomas Massie's race, he would have been for. That's a problem. It turns out he would have been, we're learning, retroactively, what a problem Charlie Kirk would have been in 2026. He would have been a really, really big problem. Really big problem, turns out. AJ says, it's right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government as to them shall seem most likely to affect safety and happiness, Declaration of Independence. It is, but man, how do you do it? Because they won't let us. You got to vote on it, I guess. It's just not working, though. Thank you, AJ. Appreciate you, brother. Mr. Shadow says, let's get the Independence Party sign. I do like that. I do like that. Maybe that's what we got to do. All right, one more. We'll jump back in. I'm so sad for Thomas Massie in our country. I have no hope, and my SD politicians are suckers with no spines. They all are. Massie, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent to concede, and it took a while to find him in Tel Aviv. Yep. All right, and thank you, Oliver. Okay, now let's get back into the takes from the cucks. All right, Graham Allen, here we go. Look at this, all caps. There's no one like Donald Trump. He is cheering this on, by the way.
We have a ballroom that's under budget. It's going up right here. I've doubled the size of it because we obviously need that. And we're right now on budget, under budget, and ahead of schedule. I doubled the size of it, you dumb person. It's double the size.
Wow. That's dementia. By the way, guys, that is frontal lobe dementia. See how he snapped at her like that? Have any of you had, because my grandma had frontal lobe dementia. Any of you guys have older relatives, grandparents that have dementia or had dementia or frontal lobe dementia? That is exactly how they behave. That's exactly how they behave. When something surprises them like that they snap and lash and say something mean like that, which is exactly what he did, right? Because she asked, well, you doubled the price of it. And he snapped at her, you dumb person. That's frontal lobe dementia. I mean, I'm not saying that just because I don't like Donald Trump. I'm just saying that is exactly how people with frontal lobe dementia. And they also, guys, it's called sundowning. They stay up all night, right? They can't go to sleep. They fall asleep all day during the day. They lash out. They do things like that. He has, but again, you've got this idiot, fucking Graham Allen. He's cheering that behavior on. He's cheering that behavior on. That's disgusting. That's not presidential. You don't fucking speak to people that way when they ask you a question. She didn't say anything rude to him. All she said was, didn't you double the cost of it? That's it. She snaps at her. That's pathetic, right? Now, here we go. This one is wild. This clip from Fox News, guys. Oh, my God. Here we go.
Canada. If you were wondering where I'm talking about, they're doing a little bit of a secessionist vote. I did some research on the blacks, as Judge Janine so eloquently would say. The solution to Hakeem's problem, this gay Obama, is baby making. Blacks, for 150 years, have only represented 10 to 15% of the American population. Okay? That's not that much. So if they want to have more seats, they got to get in between the sheets.
Who talks like that? I did some research on the blacks. You what, mate? Who? What is this, 1940, dude? 1940? Who talks like that? That's insane. You know, like that's real racism, right? And guys, I'm all about comedy, racism and comedy. Think it's hilarious. Anything comedy jokes, but like when you talk about real racism, and JD's in the chat. Me and JD talk about this all the time. I think real racism is fucking disgusting. You guys know I'm very supportive of everybody. Left, right, center, white, black, Muslim, gay, straight. None of that bothers me. Real disgusting like that type of racism. I did some research on the blacks. That is gross. Like that, because it's like that's visceral inside him, right? You can feel the contempt in him when he says it. You could feel it. Like the second you hear that, you're just like, oh wow, dude. That's ugh. You know what I mean? But that's Fox News, baby. That's Fox News. Speaking of jokes, MAGA is crying about this joke. Oh my God, have you seen? Just losing their minds about this Charlie. Of course, who it is. Yeah, little Cuck Tatum crying about comedy. Here we go.
Pete Davidson made a joke that he'll never make about Martin Luther King. He would never make a joke like that, in my personal opinion, right after George Floyd died. He would never make a joke like that.
They literally made this exact joke about George Floyd on the show, by the way. So I don't know why he's crying about this.
But yet here he goes claiming it's just a joke about Charlie Kirk. Wrote a film.
Tony Hinchcliffe is here, looking like both a child molester and the doll they give the child to show where he touched them.
good joke.
Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat.
That's a good joke. You don't like that? Too fucking bad. The entire point of comedy is the intent. That's a good joke. That joke is aimed at Tony Hinchcliffe calling him gay. That's the joke. The joke's not about Charlie Kirk. It's aimed, the disrespect is aimed at Tony Hinchcliffe. But what are they doing? Oh, throwing a fucking tantrum about it. Yeah, even Tony laughed, right? Oh, mega, me the jokes. Right? But guess what? Did Tatum complain about the George Floyd joke that was told? Nope. Not a peep. Not a peep. He was fine with that one. It was directed at, somebody he doesn't like. It's fine with that. Who cares? It's a fucking joke. Oh, no, it was about Charlie. Yeah, people make, yes. But think about this. Think about this. How many jokes do people make about Pete Davidson's dad dying as a firefighter during September 11th? There was like 8 jokes about that on that roast. And he's a good sport about it. And he laughs every time they tell the jokes about his dad literally being killed in 9/11. He laughs. He has a good time. Hey, that's funny. That's a funny joke, right? It's bad taste. There's no such thing as a bad taste joke. Me. I don't like it when they make fun of my friend. No, shut the fuck up. I like Charlie Kirk. We're supportive of Charlie Kirk. It's a fucking joke. I'm so sick of fucking MAGA. We can't make fun of Erica Kirk. She's a grieving widow. The don't tread on me crowd, right? The left can't meme. The left are snowflakes. And the second you fucking make fun of somebody on the right, you make fun of Donald Trump. That's Graham Allen and Tatum. Shut the fuck up. It's words, dude. You guys know, I don't care who it's about. I support freedom of speech. I'll defend Hassan. I'll defend Nick Fuentes. They say some shit you don't like, too fucking bad. Cry about it. They're words. It's a joke. Who fucking cares? Get over it. But just again, watching the party of Don't Tread on Me crash out over the First Amendment. Oh my God, dude. Oh, it's just like, you guys are such fucking pussies. The words hurt your feelings. Oh, no. It's crazy, man. Yeah, guess what leftists did for years? Yeah, and I made fun of them for it too. Fucking cry about it. Same thing. When I saw BLM. BLM came out and said the same thing about the jokes that were said about George Floyd. This is in bad taste. This is disgusting. Too fucking bad. It's a joke. Who cares? It's words. You don't like it. You're going to be fine. I promise you. I promise you, you're going to be okay. That's the entire point of comedy. That's the entire point of comedy, is to not have limits. As long as the intent is to be funny, right? That's what comedy's about. Then who cares, man? Who cares? Somebody said you're triggered by it. Yes, I'm triggered by fucking pussies like you. I'm triggered by little crybaby fucking pussies who are attacking the First Amendment. I am triggered by that. Yes, you're a little bitch, and that triggers me because people like you are trying to take away my rights to say what I want. And that triggers me. It does. I'm tired of little baby bitches and MAGA crying about comedy. It does trigger me. You're right. It should trigger you guys too. It's got that's why we're where we're at with a lot of this stuff. Certain groups of people you're not allowed to talk about, right? Certain group of people you're not allowed to make jokes about. We all know who they are. No, how about we can make fun of whoever you want? How about that? I'll defend Nick Fuentes' right to say whatever the fuck I want because I'm not a little crybaby bitch like you that wants the First Amendment taken away. What is the problem? What do you not understand about that? That's why I defend Hassan when he says crazy, stupid shit. And when Nick Fuentes says crazy, stupid shit, doesn't mean I agree with it. But yeah, I don't support taking away Americans' rights to say what they want to say. I don't. I'm not going to. But I see a bunch of crybabies in the chat that think that do want to take away your freedom of speech, that don't want you to be able to say what you want. There's a bunch of them in here, right? And I guarantee you, they're MAGA. I guarantee you they're MAGA, right? We already know that. MAGA can't take a joke. It is what it is. Here's another random one. Here's MAGA trying to make a joke, by the way. Brinley Hollyhand says, to those accusing me of supporting a PDF president, let me clear this up. I have never voted or supported for Joe Biden. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There you go. Good one, buddy. Good one. You got him. You got him. Good joke. Good joke. Was that in bad taste? Was that bad taste? I'm sure Democrats would be okay with that. Anyway, man, it's rough out here. Rough watching, again, the Don't Tread on Me crowd cry about the First Amendment. You got to take it away. Mean jokes. Mean jokes is where we draw the line. We don't care about a foreign country spending $35 million to steal an election, but we do care about mean jokes. That's where our focus is. That's where our focus. That's where our focus is, huh, guys? You know. Let's see. All right, let's get some other takes. Not bad ones. No. Let's get some good takes. All right, here we go. From Tuck.
Switch teams. They may not understand all of the details, but they look at this in horror and they feel betrayed. Young people came out for Donald Trump to vote for Donald Trump. Why did they do that? Because they are dissatisfied with the system as it is. They understand it is rigged against them, because it is. And they felt here was one man strong enough to stand up against that system. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to impeach him twice. Here was a guy who understood what he was up against and would take it on and was brave enough to do that. And a year and a half in, what they've seen is a guy who got an office and immediately took the side of the people who persecuted him.
Yep. All right, Dave Smith. This is, I think, man, I hate the fact that I think he's going to be right about this, but I think we're gonna, we'll let's watch this and we'll talk about it.
President has 3 years almost left in his term, and he's got a big problem, which is all of us.
Yep.
And this is what is openly being thrown out there now. That I guess the answer is we gotta start booting people off of social media. We gotta start changing the algorithm. We gotta tone them down. We essentially need to silence these people.
Yep.
And this is something that, look, if it does end up happening, like, okay. I mean, we all knew there were risks involved in.
We talk about this all the time on the show, right?
This game, and we go in with our eyes open and we know we're taking them. This president has
That's my big worry going forward, especially with Massie losing. I think there's going to be a huge censorship push coming into the midterms. Channels like mine or Dave Smith's, all of us in the space are probably. I don't know if they're going to have the guts to just fully ban channels that are big. But what we are going to see is changes to the algorithm. They're going to start limiting, shadow banning, soft censoring our content, not showing our videos to as many people, because YouTube can control all of that on the backside through the algorithm. They can, if I put a video out, they can just hardcore limit the video. I've shown it before on ones they've decided to do that too, and they could just do that. And they could just basically shadow ban your channel to where it's still there. People can still watch the videos, but they just don't show your videos to anybody. Right? They have to actually search it up, and they'll just kill your channel that way. That I think is something. Yeah, like JD said, they already do that on a lot of cases. But I do think they're my Massie videos. We showed that, right? It's no secret that not just my Massie videos, JP Sears Massie videos. I talked to Real Bays. I talked about a bunch of other creators who put out videos, positive videos on Thomas Massie this week. Every single one of them performed massively under what it should have. That's what they're already doing. They did it for Thomas Massie this week. This too, right? Everybody's saying this, right? Nate's hype button has disappeared from me. Yeah. I've had a ton of people start to say that they're no longer being notified by my content. Right. This is the type of things we're gonna start seeing. And it just is what it is, man. It's like it's exactly it's exactly what they did during COVID. It's not good, guys. Look at JD Delay, who's in the chat right now, was just banned on YouTube for 2 weeks for fucking nothing. Nothing. I watched what he got banned for. Nothing, essentially. So it's happening. It's happening everywhere. Yeah, and see, we got people saying it all the time, right? Yeah. And so this is what they're gonna do, right? Oh, there's this though. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I believe my channel's too big now. But right? Are you sure, JD? Are you sure, JD? I did hear this before. But anyway, we're gonna start seeing more and more of that, unfortunately. This was just hilarious. I don't know if you guys saw this interaction with this this Louisiana senator. This dude in the red hat, super based. He basically just trashed MAGA in his entire speech, and this was the response from the senator, and he just gets cooked.
Your hat says Trump was wrong about everything. It should say you are wrong about everything.
That's adorable.
All right. The board is clear. The board is clear.
Burn. Pam Bondi wrote that for you?
Your hat says Trump was wrong about everything. It should say you are wrong about everything.
That's adorable.
All right. The board is clear. The board is clear.
Burn. Pam Bondi wrote that for you?
I love the Pam Bondi write that for you. If you haven't seen, I had the whole clip. I must not have put it up, but he basically just cooked MAGA for 5 minutes with some great stuff. Now, I know you guys, we did it before. I know people in my community do not like Andrew Schultz. They don't. I don't mind him. I think I have never had a problem with him. He is on our side though, guys. All right. He's come a long way. Let's listen to what he said this week.
Unbelievable levels of corruption from the administration and the cronies. Another war that nobody asked for and nobody understands and nobody supports unless you have family in Iran or you have family in Israel. Those are the only people I've spoken to in America that are like, all right, this sounds good. Okay. None of the wars they said are going to stop have been stopped. And refusal for a single person to get arrested over the Epstein files. Like not one, the only person that's been arrested over the Epstein files outside of Epstein who's dead is Ghislaine Maxwell. Which is already hilarious that like the one woman involved is the only person in jail.
Right.
So, how can the Democratic Party not?
Because Republicans are going to cheat. If it was a free and fair election, it wouldn't be close. But
how do you cheat? Like how do you convince people that they're doing a good job? Like what are they delivering on?
They just did it with Thomas Massie. They literally just did it. You convince them by buying $35 million worth of ads and tricking boomers.
On for you. Unbelievable levels of corruption.
So at least he's noticing and talking about it now, which is better than some of the other manospheres. But I know you guys don't like him. That's just the way it goes. Now, check this out. We're going to move into, all right, a couple super chats, and we're going to move into our greatest ally point of the show. Got some good news, actually, coming out of that. Yeah, Tim Dillon. We love Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon's great. Yeah, I don't know. We did like here's the two people I was surprised that our community really doesn't like. We learned this on our tier list was Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan. Our community really does not like the two of them. But anyway, that's just neither here or there. Just based off of our data that we collected, for our community here. So let's hit some super chats here real quick, and then we'll jump into the final part of the show here. All right. Corey says, it's a sad day for our nation. Yes, it is. The country I signed on the dotted line for will never volunteer again, nor would I tell my children to do the honorable thing that their father did. Not at this point. I hit the like button. Whoa. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. It's just, I think we're all frustrated right now. We all know what's happening, but we all knew what was happening. We knew our country was occupied. We knew everything was controlled. And this was like the proof. You know what I mean? None of us are shocked. None of us are surprised. I think a lot of us just kind of expected this would happen. But seeing it happen in real time to Thomas Massie, I think that's the thing that's gutting everybody right now is everybody's realized, oh shit, it's true, it's real, and they don't care, and they're brazen about it, and now they're going to shove it down our fucking throats. That's what I think is for so many of us right now, like the anger about it is like, oh yeah, it's all fucking real. Everything that we've been complaining about, everything we've been noticing, everything we've been talking about leading up to this moment has now been confirmed. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it now. And you know, it sucks for the country. We got to figure something out. I'm not sure what it is yet. We'll figure it out as we go, huh? But I think right now, just kind of licking our wounds. Just the country itself, right? Because it's a huge loss for the country. Left, right, and center. Whether you like Thomas Massie, don't like Thomas Massie stood up against the deep state, essentially. He's the only one. Well, there's a couple, right? But the small group of them were the only ones to do it from the Republican side. So starting to think that the tide was turning. Yeah, I know this is what I mean. It just kind of gutted us, right? Still a long way to go. I think, you know, we can't give up. But to your point, it is a huge setback for sure. Baby boomers walk towards the life fast. The only thing left, the First and Second Amendment and true America first. Yep. That's why I'm such a hardcore staunch. You guys can tell. You guys understand. Nate is a staunch 1 and 2A, right? As staunch as it gets, as in I don't give a fuck about your crybaby opinion over a Charlie Kirk or a George Floyd joke, and I also think felons should be able to own firearms. So, for me, those are my extreme. When constitutionalist in me, that's the extreme on my part, right? So, agree with you on that one for sure. Massie losing has me even more worried about my grandchildren than yesterday. I know, and I'm here to remind you, not all boomers are brainless. No. I know. I know. Unfortunately, fortunately, a lot of them are, and that's what we just saw what happened in Kentucky. Some of us watch your lives twice a week because we agree with you. I know that we do. We do have I think we got like a 13% of our audience is boomers. So I know the good ones, you guys. There are good ones out there for sure, but we're struggling, right? The Massie election showed we're struggling. Platters are Obi-Wan. He's our only hope. It feels like it at the moment. It feels like Graham is the last one, man. No, he's like, there are some other good ones, but you're just like, dude. Now, he's so far ahead in his election, but so is Tom. Here's the thing. Here's what scares me, guys. 1 week ago, the polling market odds, the betting odds, the polls showed Thomas Massie was an 80% favorite to win. 1 week ago, 80-20. And he ended up getting blown out because they concocted some fake bullshit allegations and then pumped $35 million into that race. If you don't think they aren't going to try to do that same bullshit to Graham or Lone Beaubear or anybody who stands up to the Trump administration, I promise you it's coming. I promise you it's coming. Just wait. Just wait. They are 1,000% going to do that to Graham as well. They're already trying, right? He's tons of hit pieces are being done on him already right now. But Rubes says, drowning my sorrows over Massie losing with a pint of ice cream. It's effed up beyond all repair. I agree with you, Rubes. It's a rough one today. Thank you very much. It's time to vote Dem as an FU. Well, we talked about that earlier. Looked about 2 out of 3 people in the chat agree with you on that. Truth says you know what, Colt, will never let Massie be the POTUS. No, 100% no. That's a great point. We'll talk about that here in a second. After this BS, I'd be willing to put AOC in the White House since she doesn't take the blood money. Yeah, the problem is she kind of does. That's a story for a different day. She doesn't take it through AIPAC, but she has taken it through private donations. The way she got into Congress was through basically two big private donation people in that. But anyway, I digress. It's not that big of a story at the moment. But no, they're never going to they'll never, ever, ever let Massie get to the White House. Ever. No, I agree with you on that. They would do everything in their power to stop. Look what they did to stop him from being a congressman from Kentucky. You think they're going to let that dude? No, they'll JFK him in a second. Thoughts on Iraq's new prime minister? Still forming a cabinet. I thought Soudani was decent compared to the previous. Nah, I'm not following it at all, man, at the moment. I'd have to look into it. Not tracking that. Not tracking the Iran, or excuse me, Iraq's elections. I'll look into it though. Thank you. So when we refresh the Tree of Liberty again, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of things I'd like to say that I can't say because I'd get in a lot of trouble on YouTube. So just got to bite my tongue on some things when it comes to that. Hope you're all ready for Black Hawk Down 2 with more blue hairs. What the hell is that? All right, last one. Ed Who, how disgusting. Mr. Massie was the only hope that we had left. I despise DJT, stupid boomers. All right, I know. I get the anger. Okay, let's jump back into the last part of the show. Now, a little bit of good news in fighting back against this. And this was a report that came out of Breaking Points with Crystal here. And check this out. Pretty wild story here.
So we now have some new global polling on how residents of the world feel about various countries. Let's put this up on the screen. You will not be surprised, I think, viewers of the show, to learn that the most hated country in the entire world, beating out North Korea, actually by a pretty hefty margin here, is the nation state of Israel. Although isn't even a nation state when it doesn't really seem to have borders and continually expands and attacks whoever they want, whenever they want. It's a question for another day. In any case, they are the most hated national entity in the world. North Korea, Afghanistan, Iran, and then we are just narrowly by 1 point there liked better than Iran. Our standing has...
Oh my God. So our greatest ally ranked in number 1, the most hated country in the world, pretty far behind North Korea. And then, what was that? Afghanistan, number 3, Iran, 4, and the United States comes in at number 5. So, the fact, that's just, but here's what's so crazy, right? They're the number 1 most hated country in the world, voted on by, world polling, but yet they can buy elections in the United States, in Kentucky. It's pretty wild, guys. Pretty wild. Here's another wild one. I don't know if you guys saw this. Check this out. Judge declares a mistrial in Harvey Weinstein's New York R retrial after jury says it's deadlocked. Whoa, no way. They're going to let him go. Wonder why. No fucking justice, dude. There's just, if you're part of that tribe, you get away with whatever you want. And now they're going to let him out. God, it's just insane at this point. Here's some other good news, huh? Every Republican governor in America has signed a joint statement backing the J communities and supporting the state of Israel. All 27 Republican governors across the United States signed a joint statement supporting the state of Israel. Why are governors doing this? Why are governors voting on this? Why are governors signing this? Why are you not focused on your state? Why are you not focused on the fucking states that you're running? Why would governors be talking about this to begin with? All 27 Republicans. All right. Also, this one from the boy, Tyler Laveria. He got banned. He was literally banned from our greatest ally due to making that type of content, which he doesn't make this type of content. All he did was expose some fraud. But yeah. Officially banned. On the other side of that, you got the top goy. Top goy says, I've never said anything good about Israel, but the anti-septic and hatred towards Jays Online has gone too far. Yeah, okay. There we go. There he is, dude. Top goy. Thanks, buddy. Okay. Some other good news. Israel invests nearly $1 billion to crush this. Really what they mean is to censor and deplatform people. So that's good. You're winning the war of ideas when you have to spend $1 billion to censor people. So we got that going for us as well. Also, speaking of it, Netanyahu talking about how he's going to sue the New York Times. for talking about what the IDF has been doing. So there you go. They love to sue. They love to sue. Here's another one, just a final one to think about. Countries that fought alongside the United States during the War on Terror and how many soldiers' lives were lost. Canada lost 160, Australia 52, Great Britain 640, Germany 61, Italy 53, even the Turkish lost 15. Our greatest ally lost 0. It's a fat goose egg because they didn't participate. So we got that. That's good, right? Good thing we're fighting another war for them. So awesome. What is this? My lawsuit? I don't know. There's no lawsuit. I don't have any lawsuits on me. You piece of shit lip. Also, look at this guy. Is he not just like, look at this big, fat, ugly fucking, of course he's got the goatee, right? He's got the MAGA goatee on as well. Just your classic, dude. Classic. You look exactly like everybody I've ever seen that's come out of MAGA, dude. Exactly like it, dude. That's just every single one of them. The stupid fucking goatee with the MAGA hat, 150 pounds overweight. That's just it's every time, dude. Every single time. Am I a liberal? Yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, if you call conservatism whatever MAGA is or Lindsey Graham is, I'm not that. So I don't know. Call me whatever you want. You know, I believe in putting our country first. So if that makes me a liberal, yeah, sure. I'm a liberal. I'm fine with that. That's not even an insult anymore. At this point, with look at the Republican Party. Look at the election we just had. You know what I mean? It's funny. Yeah, well, we always get MAGA haters in here, man. Somebody said chat's full of MAGA. There's always MAGA haters in here. They come in here to rage comment. You know what I mean? All right. Anyway. Okay. We made it through. I just can't with some of these people, dude. Okay. All right. We made it to the end of the show, guys. Thank you so much. Big show tonight. Still got 6,500 people in here at the end of the show. Thank you all so much. Depressing one, right? Depressing one tonight, having Massie lost. I don't know. We'll lick our wounds. We'll figure out where to go from here, what it means. It's definitely a step back. Definitely a step back for sure. All right. But it's okay. You know what I mean? We'll be all right. Yeah. Great comment by Barry right there. We'll be all right. We'll be all right, right? We just got to keep fighting. We're not going to stop fighting. Right? Care about America too much for that. Care about America too much for just allow it to be sold out to a foreign country like this. So, all right, what we're going to do, of course, super chat time. All right, let's knock out the rest of these super chats. If you were just here for the regular schedule show, thank you so much. We'll catch you in the next one. We'll be back Friday. But if you're here for the long haul and here for the super chats, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start getting through it. All right. Reevaluation. Well, I'm not sure what we're talking about here, but I think maybe we need to reevaluate some things for sure. Thank you. No matter who you vote for, we always get our greatest ally. True. It seems like that's the truth, huh? That's the truth, huh? I'm in the middle, usually lean right. I don't know now, man. That's a lot of us feel this way, homie. A lot of us feel this way right now. You're a liberal now. Ooh. You're a liberal. You don't like the fact that our greatest ally could just buy an election for $35 million. You dirty liberal. When was the last time we talked about the Independence Party as we the people? Yeah, like somebody mentioned earlier, at least 100 years it feels like. Looks like we need to use SF tactics to fix this. Yeah, that's some stuff I can't talk about, right? Can't talk about that stuff on YouTube. They don't like it. They don't like it. Breck says, what sucks about registering as an independent in Kentucky? You cannot vote in the primaries. This is a big problem with being an independent, right? I'm in Massey's district. The ads on mainstream media that everyone that age 50 plus still watches are out of control lies. Yeah, they had crazy slop videos talking about how Thomas Massie and I think what was it, AOC and Elon Omar were having a threesome or some crazy shit, like with AI, like showing them all together, like going out, being caught on dates together. And they use those for actual ads for the boomers. So, yeah, pretty wild. Pretty wild. True. Revolution is our birthright. We'll see if we can ever do it. Independents now outnumber both parties. Let's give them democracy. Here's the thing. If that's that heavy, I feel like Kentucky is so red, though, that like I don't think a Democrat could win even against Massie's opponent. Maybe, though. But that will have a big effect in the generals. For sure is so many people being independents now. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. No comment. Thank you for the donation, though. Rich says, America first, independent conservative, but now it's clear that that's our greatest ally first. Yes. Yes, it is. Again, we've talked about how that's just confirmed now. Is this admin regarded enough to have a draft? Not the moment. Not at the moment. If we went to a full-scale like ground invasion, yeah, probably. Which there's plenty of time for that left, right? This dude's still got what, 2.5 years in his term? Like there's time for a ground invasion into Iran, trust me. Plenty of time. Think about this, guys. We didn't invade Iraq after September 11th until 2003. Right? That's like nearly 2 years later that we invaded Iraq. So, trust me, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time for this thing to scale out of control. That's usually how these things work, right? And you guys know that, Afghanistan was supposed to be in and out. Tora Bora, we were supposed to be done. OBL, grab, nab, got him and done. And we made sure both those conflicts went 20 plus years. So plenty of time. Military industrial complex and our greatest ally have no interest in that ending. So Clamps to the left of me, Joker's to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. That's kind of our theme song on the show, huh? That's kind of our theme song on the show. Nana says, it makes me sick to my stomach thinking about all the times I voted for Trump. I'm angry at myself for letting him fool me. Don't do that. It can't be. He lied, right? I find it difficult to celebrate our country's independence. Just sad. No, you can't. Here's the thing. Whether you voted for Trump 3 times or not, I know Democrats don't agree with me when I say this. You cannot blame yourself. He fucking lied. He ran a campaign full of lies. He lied about literally everything and then did the exact opposite. Right? So don't blame yourself because the dude lied to you. There's no reason to blame yourself for that. That's on him. That's on him, not you. That's on him, not you. Jake says, the more Rogan turns into an NPC, the more I think he's been a plant the whole time. The fact he's bumped elbows with Uncle Alex for like 20 years and plays stupid on any major subject definitely suggested. I don't know. I love Uncle Alex personally. However, I will say, if you look at some of the people Joe has had on leading up into the election, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, he's like had the majority of the people in the Big E files on his show. You start to go, that's a little odd. That's a little odd that you've had everybody in the Big E files on your show. Joe Rogan. All right. Voidzilla Coffeezilla video today about the P2 leak is so many rejected messages. Good laugh. I haven't seen that. I'll have to take a look. Thank you. Watch Massey's concession speech. He made a joke about Galrain, our greatest ally. Oh, so he actually did say that. I thought that was a joke Super Chatter made earlier. Good for Massie. At least he's having a he's being positive about it. Hopefully he doesn't go away, right? Hopefully he still stays big in politics because again, he's still going to be in his seat for a while. Maybe he looks at a presidential run. I don't think they'll let him ever win, but he's going to be important to keep in the space for all of us. Joe says, best friend, if good for clicks and likes. New worst friend, if good for clicks and likes. Just saying, yeah, talking about Joe. Yeah. We're at the Joe section here. Grand Bear says, Grand Bear's got a new profile picture here. That's funny. Joe Rogan would not have acted in this fashion or said the shit he said about supposed good friends since Inauguration Day 2025. Joe is into keeping his lollies and fancy pants. Yeah, I don't know what it is, guys. I don't know what it is. It does seem different, though. Not the first time Joe stabbed a friend in the back. Interesting. What would be... I'm sure there's some story to it, but I'm not aware of it. I don't really watch his content. So Corey says I hit the like button. I commented, I'm helping. Yeah, brother, you always are helping, bro. Couldn't fit it all in the last one. Thanks for the content, brother. Waiting on my America flag to ship. America first flag ship. Hell yeah. Godspeed, brother. I'll tell my wife. My wife, so if you had some merch orders, guys, Brittany was out of town over the weekend, so she's back at it, right? So anything you ordered will be getting out here in the next couple days. But yeah, she was out of town and she runs all the merch. But it's coming. It's coming. Brody says, Kentucky rigged election is proof that we have zero power and they will do anything they want. True. Almost as fake as EK's whole life. Everything's fake. Yeah. Yeah. It feels that way right now, doesn't it? Joe Rogan totally bombed in his last special and no comedians came out and talked shit. True. His, what was it? Burn the Ships special. I watched it. It was not good. And I love comedy. Guys, I'm not like a comedy snob. You could be like, I'm the guy that will come to your comedy show, and even if you bomb, I'm the guy who will still laugh at your jokes. Like, I'm that guy. Like, I'll have a couple drinks, and like, you could make your jokes could be terrible, and I'll still laugh at your jokes, and it's probably fun because I just love comedy. So, but his last, his Burn the Ships was not good. There was most of the time I was sitting there just going, yeah, I'm trying to find it, but yeah. I'm so broke I can't even pay attention. That's the wild profile picture, by the way. Thank you. Ken says, bro, included how much fuel cost me for a fill up in Indiana, that doc. It's stupid, man. Yeah, we're gonna, again, I'll get to it, man. I didn't have time because of the Massie election. Kenneth got me a bunch of information on the freighting world. So I will be looking at it though. Thank you, brother. Don't mind running for president. Do I have votes? I don't know anything about you, but you'd probably be better than what we got. Did Elon Musk use Starlink to rig his election? According to his girlfriend, yes. But I don't know enough about the story. So I'm trying to let that one develop a little bit so I can learn a little bit more. If it's just her talking shit, But according to her, yeah. According to her, yes. Nothing says we're good, like middle-class families having to finance food and gas. I sell sides of beef. Not sure who will buy at this price. Yeah. The beef is crazy right now, dude. Crazy. $1, 1 vote. Massey's going to run as independent. Can he, though? We talked about that earlier. I bet we could chat GPT that, right? Let me see real quick. Could Thomas Massie run as an independent in KY after he lost the primary? We'll find out. We'll find out. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say here. ChatGPT tells us now, it's not always correct, right? But it's usually pretty good. Says probably not, at least not as a ballot listed independent candidate in Kentucky after losing Republican primary. Kentucky has what's called a sore loser law. Okay, there we go, which generally prevents a candidate who loses a party primary from appearing on the general election ballot as an independent or nominee of another party of the same office. There you go. So Kentucky, that's what I figured, right? Like New York doesn't have that. That's why we saw Cuomo was able to like lose in the Democratic primary and then run as an independent for governor. But it looks like Kentucky does have that law. Unfortunate. That's too bad. Trade stocks, not as good as insider trading. If that's what your means, then yeah, I think you're probably right. I think insider trading is much better. Jack D, thank you. Big $50 donation. Very, very generous of you, brother. Says 1.7 billion for Trump. Yeah. What about people like us that took lives because our government lied? Nope, nothing for us. They made us. I don't want to say that word because it's YouTube. I live with this every day. 1.7 billion. Now they want me to stop taking SSRIs. This has to be simulation. Well, Joe Rogan does. Joe Rogan thinks you're crazy, right? If Joe Rogan saw this comment, he'd be all over it, man. He'd be all over this comment, defending it, or not defending it, but defending the people you're talking about, and then talking shit about you. So there's that. But yeah, man, it's so fucking crazy. And again, his own Justice Department ordered it. The corruption is wild. That's just so. Oh, call sign Man Bear Pig, biggest dude in our community by far. What a monster. Says this live is more depressing than the pound of plain 96% ground beef. I just had to force feed myself to hit my macros, brother. Our country is fucked. I bet you do force feed, homie. I get it. And God, I know. Sorry. This is a depressing one tonight, guys. I was hoping going into the show that we were going to be an ecstatic show tonight, right? We were all going to, Thomas Massie was going to blow it out of the water. This was going to change the political landscape going forward for America first. I thought, well, part of me knew deep down that they were never going to let him win, but I still had my hopes up, right? I did have my hopes up. Did have my hopes up. And we got cooked on that, unfortunately. Thanks, brother. Jack says, just a reminder that they actually hate us. Oh, that's true. That's true. Teachers haven't gotten raises in how long? Yeah, great point. Talking about Congress, him crying about Congress not getting a raise, and make how much? About 1/3 of what congressmen do, and do a hell of a lot more than any congressperson. True. Yeah, we're talking about the how much Congress gets paid. Mike Johnson crying about it. $174,000 plus benefits, plus medical, plus dental, plus retirement. That's true. You only have to serve 6 years. 6 years. If you make it 6 years in the House, you get your fucking retirement. Isn't that crazy? And who knows what else probably equals about 500,000. Yeah. When you factor, maybe not that much, but when you factor in all of these things, yeah, it's way more than just a flat $174,000 salary. For sure. Angie says, wouldn't it be funny if Massie ends up as president because I'm a radical lefty, but I'd vote for Massie over any corporate Democrat. Now, that would be awesome if that's what this spurred on, which it could spur him. It could increase his popularity. But again, I don't think there's any chance they would let him get to the end. Right? I think we all know what would happen to Massie if he ran for president. If he started showing, if he looked like he was going to be the primary winner, nah, dude. They'd get rid of him so fast. They'd never let him make it. I have no idea what this is. Is this a foreign language? Thank you, though. Bobby, what's up, baby? Bobby says, yep, I'm the Fed. Fed the fuck up. We need Fed the fuck up. We need a new party. We're all feds. We're all feds. We are all paying taxes to a foreign country at this point so they can buy our elections and buy our politicians. Great. Thank you, Bobby. Christian says, time to roll back the APAC, not just containment, roll back. Yeah, how are we going to do that? Graham needs to run. I did see Graham say, a lot of people have been asking Graham, would you run for president? I would love for him to run for president. But he said no. He said if he wins his election, he will not run for president, which I understand, right? It's his first time in the Senate. He wants to probably, if Maine elects, and here's where I think, and I haven't talked to Graham about this, but I think where his thought process would be is, hey, if Maine, my constituents voted me in, I'm not going to then abandon them to try to run for president. A year into my Senate seat. So I could understand him wanting to, carry out and run the whole 6 years. So that, again, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I did see him say that though, that he, when asked about it, he did say that he wouldn't run for president, but who knows? Steven says, love your show, Nate. Bless you and your family. I'm getting married June 6th. Well, congratulations. Congrats. That's awesome. I can see the two of you here. Love that. Being married's great. Right. I know a lot of people talk shit about marriage, like the Andrew Tates and the Nick Fuentes. No, Nick doesn't talk shit about marriage as much, but the Andrew Tates of the world are going to talk shit to you and tell you that marriage is terrible. I think marriage is fantastic. Saved my life. I don't think I'd even be here if it wasn't for my wife. So scary time to be alive, but your show helps me through my work day, brother. Yeah. Well, congrats again, brother. Awesome. Very cool for you. I'll give you a little bit of advice, because I've been married twice. I got married young and really young, and it didn't work out. I had never had a bad relationship with my ex-wife. Just didn't work out, and we stayed friends after, which was nice. But some things I learned from that relationship, some great advice my dad gave me one time, and that is, if you can remember this, it's going to go a long way, right? And that's what my dad always told me, and take this to heart. There's two things you can do. You can either be right or you can be happy as a man, but you can never be both. All right. So make that decision for yourself. Make that decision for yourself. But if you want a good, solid, healthy marriage, if you can remember that, it'll take you a long, long, long way in your relationship. You can either be right or you can be happy, but you'll never be both. Okay. So I've chose to be happy. So what my wife says goes. She's always right. She's always right. And it is what it is. I don't care. Right. Because I'm happy. So, but you'll get there. Sometimes it takes hopefully it doesn't take a divorce to figure that one out. This is my fifth 6-pack in 7 days. Seems so pointless. My fifth 6-pack. Are you talking about beer? Are you drinking beer? I don't know what's going on here on this one. Hopefully you're not drinking yourself too deep on those, if that's what you're talking about. Joe says we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, but we let the POTUS have nuclear codes. Just saying. Yeah, that's been a. Ooh, also, guys, did you see that potential nuclear bomb that went off in Israel? Have you seen that story? I've been trying to, guys, I want to do a story on it. I've been trying to gather info on it. I can't. It's like a media blackout on that story. I've seen the video of it happening, but I can't find any context to it. It's crazy. I think I think they're going media blackout on that. If I can get some better info on it. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's like an actual fucking, there's a video of it actually going off. It looks like, maybe I have it. Hold on. Let me see if I got the actual video here for you guys. Oh, here it is. Yeah, let's take a look at this. I hope I got it right. Is this it? I think Ryan Matta did it. I think this is Ryan Matta talking about it. Let me again, I don't know for sure, but let's I think this is it. Let's see.
Just happened over in Israel, but my man Ethan Levins has some big news, and it looks like either Israel is trying to move some type of nuclear material and it detonated, or Israel is getting ready to use some type of nuclear material and it detonated, or either the United States or, I don't know, China or another superpower or the reptilians saw that Israel was getting ready to move some nuclear and they were just like, F these motherfuckers, and detonated it. But some big explosions just went off in Israel, and let me guess, they're going to blame Iran, or most likely the false flag is Iran attacked our nuclear facility and it detonated a nuke in Israel. Everybody must go to war with Iran to open the strait. Check this shit out.
There has been a massive explosion in Israel today. This video released just moments ago from Bet Shemesh, Israel, shows a massive mushroom cloud emerging. The Israeli government is already moving to hide this situation, but we've got it all. This explosion occurred near the Dot Nisha air base in Israel, the same base that holds nuclear material. Actually, it holds nuclear warheads.
All right, I don't want to play too much of this because, again, I don't know if this story, we were supposed to be talking about this or not. Yeah, I don't know if it's AI. I don't know if it's real. I have seen it. I've seen it a lot of different videos of it though, from actually different like camera angles. So again, but I can't find any information on it, which is pretty weird. Pretty weird. So again, Jesse made a video talking about it. Did he? All right, I'll have to watch this video on it. Again, I wasn't able to find any good information. It just seems like a media blackout on it. But I did see different videos from different angles of the exact same thing. So it makes me think less likely that it's AI. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, sorry, we got a little bit sidetracked there. But it's time for the great POTUS and bolus. Okay. Trump publicans. That's a good one. Massie should run independent. Yeah, we just found out. We just looked it up. He wouldn't be able to do that because of the what is it? What did they call it? The sore loser clause. Sore loser clause. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. What do you think about Brandon getting Trump's endorsement and going on Benny Johnson's show? I'm personally hoping he's just playing the long game. Who? Oh, wait, did Brandon Herrera go on Benny Johnson's show? Oh, God, dude. JD will know. JD's in here, right? JD, did that happen? Oh, fuck, dude. JD will confirm or deny that. He knows. Typically. Look, the endorsement, I've said it before, I think it could potentially cost him the election. Because his district is 70% Hispanic, 70% urban. And people in urban areas and Hispanics do not like Trump right now. So I do think that's true. Fuck, dude. What is he doing? I guess maybe he's looking at maybe he's trying to be strategic about it. Maybe he's looking at what's happening with Thomas Massie and things like that and going, all right, well, I don't want to stand up to it. I'm not sure. Going on Benny Johnson's show is wild work. But yeah, okay. Is what it is, man. Is what it is. Not a fan of that, but he's got to do what he's got to do. We'll find out. Again, his district is scary against the Democrat. So we'll find out. If it's pressure enough to die for, then it's pressure enough to unalive for. Same coin, different side. I prefer the latter myself. All right. Red says, I'm watching the finals, and there have been an inordinate amount of military commercials. Really? That's a little scary. We'll see about the draft. We got to see. But again, we could very well. We got to have the ground invasion, right? That's the only real reason they'll need it. But again, like I said, we could very easily see that. We got a long way to go. Ken says they've been doing this for the last 50 years. This is the completion of the process. Enjoy or maybe not. Yep. We talked about that earlier. Just feels like this is. We all knew it was happening, but now we have confirmation. I don't think it's over. We just got set back 10 years. Hopefully Massey's still willing to fight from the outside of the system. Yeah, I just talked about that. I hope so. I hope he doesn't just say, F this, I'm going to go be with my cows on my farm. I could completely understand if he does, right? Completely understand if he does, but he's still an important figure in the America First space for sure. Jack says, thank you all for messages of support. I don't really know how to reply to individuals in the chat. I'm not sure if you can. Maybe you can. I think you can at people, right? I don't know exactly. But sounds like there's some positive stuff going on in the chat, so I like to hear that. Golden Dome is what? Oh, okay. I was not ready for this. I was not ready for that joke. Golden Dome is what Trump gave to Bubba. Oh, well done, Brian. Well done, Brian. That's a good joke. That's a solid joke. Well done. Nate, if you were Massie, what would be your next move? Great question. Just talked about it. If I was Massie, I don't know. Maybe start a podcast. Think about all the stuff he knows, right? All the inside shit he knows about Washington, all the stuff about the big E class, the big E files. Yeah, why not? Right? He's great at speaking. He could have a really good show. And he could have a big impact, right? Because he could reach a lot of people and he'd be very popular. So if he wanted to still have a big influence, I think that's something he could do. Or maybe he wants to just retire, man. He's been in Congress for a long time. Maybe he just wants to retire and go be with his cows on his farm. I could completely understand that too. I think he's got a lot of fight in him though. So I don't see him, especially after this, I don't see him just backing down and going away. But yeah, I think if I was him, I'd probably go that route. If he wants to still have a pretty big effect, he could have a really big effect with his own show. But thank you, brother. I'm 19 and I want to join the Army as a Ranger. Perfect age for it. I'm already committed and talking to the recruiter, but having second thoughts, hence what's happening in the world. We get this all the time. Don't want to be led by bad leadership. So I always say this. It's a great career for a young man, especially in the special operations realm. 19, perfect age to go to be a Ranger. If it's what you want to do, go do it. I know a lot of people feel because, we got a psychopath president in charge. It kind of changes things. Seeing what happens with the government, I get it. But at the same time, I always tell people, if you join the military and you end up doing an entire career in the military, you're going to be around for 3, 4, 5 presidents potentially. So you really can't base your decision based off of who's in charge politically. You just got to make that decision for yourself. I tell people, don't join the military because you want to serve the government. Join the military because you love your country and you want to develop a skill set and you want to serve. If you want to do those things, and you'll learn a lot of opportunities, especially for a 19-year-old man. It's going to set you up for life if you do it right and you do it smart. It's still a great career field, man, regardless of the politics involved. Okay, so I get it. It's a tough one right now, but also for a 19-year-old man. Yeah, I mean, people say this too. So you do this everywhere else too, right? Where are you not doing this? You probably do this too. It's your job, to be honest. The vast majority of everybody is doing this. So what's the difference, right? You work at Chevron, okay? You work at Goldman Sachs, okay? Like, you work at Costco, okay? Like, pretty much everywhere you look, that's who you're working for. You work at Walmart, okay? Same shit. So unless you're independently, right? Unless you're running your own business or something doing independent, like, you're probably doing that. So that's not a good excuse either. I don't want to work for billionaires. Okay, well then don't fucking work, because that's who owns everything. So just something to think about, right? Think about those things. Okay. Do you think China trolled Trump by using kids? Yes. Yes. Fuck yes, dude. If you understand Chinese culture and all of the slights, right? Xi Jinping had 5 or 6 different slights. He gave him a chair that was too small. He had a bunch of kids, fucking 250 cheering kids when he showed up. He made some slight comments about congratulations on your 250 years of independence, which is a huge slight because China is laughing at us because they've been around for 6,000 years. There was a bunch, if you understand Chinese culture, a bunch of slights and insults that Xi Jinping literally, and said to his face. He told Donald Trump to his face, "You're America's a dying empire, and we're going to overtake you," like right to his face. So, yes, I do think that was the entire point. I don't know if Trump was smart enough to get it. I don't think he was, because, well, Donald Trump said his favorite part was the kids. So you got that. Dick Gregory Black is on record saying his votes for an office seat was getting sent to other candidates back in the 70s. But, well, I mean, I think we got a lot of that happening in our own elections right now, man. Thank you very much. Nate, have you seen Mamdani's new budget? It already got rid of the $12 billion deficit? Yes, I have. Yeah, we talked about that last week. He actually legitimately balanced the budget. I mean, this is what I told everybody. I said, hey, everybody screamed. You guys remember, go back. Who's been watching my show? What did I say about Mamdani? What did I say? Do you guys remember? I said, hey, give him a shot. Give him a shot. If New York wants to give him a shot, let's see what happens. And if he destroys the country and he destroys the world, then Republicans will be able to point at it and go, see, look, that is the problem. That destroyed the state. That destroyed the city. But it doesn't appear that that's happening. It appears that he's being a lot more successful than anybody thought. So, yeah, Mamdani's crushing right now. I think New York City has dropped down to its lowest crime rate it's been since basically like the Giuliani days. He's balanced the budget. And again, I'm not a fan of socialism by any means, but this guy's doing way fucking better than we are in Oregon, for example. But anyway, yeah, he did. That's what we talked about earlier. I don't know if Gavin Newsom's actually done it or not, but Mamdani, it appears, actually did exactly what he said he was going to do, which is wild. Interesting stuff. Turns out, maybe the hysteria around him, which I told you guys, that seemed silly to me at the time, might not have been, oh, our light went out. Let's see, it's about 3 hours in when our light goes out. Now we got a little bit of a more warm, more of a warm, intimate feel here now. That's my blue light. I only got one charger that goes between the two. So, well, whatever. We'll just leave it. It's fun. Change it up. Trump ousting Massie is brilliant. PID chess. Okay. Jelly Bean says, for all you saying America is effed, you aren't alone. Australia's on life support. Yeah, that's true, right? So is Britain. So is a lot of Europe. Pretty scary out there. you guys are getting cooked by the gas prices for sure. I think the reason Trump doesn't care if Republicans lose Congress because our greatest ally assured him the Democrats that they own won't go after him to impeach him. Interesting. We'll wait and see on that one. Kyle says suddenly Nick Fuentes' idea of voting Democrat in 20. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. He's going to end up being right again with his predictions. He was right. And you got to give Nick his flowers on this. He said everything that Donald Trump has done, Nick called to a T before the 2024 election that'll happen. And he might be right about this one too. But anyway, yeah, he's the one that has been talking about this long before we have. I'm still not on board necessarily with it, but yeah, his idea of voting Democrat in 26 and primarying Vance Rubio in 28 is such a bad idea. If you aren't watching America First on Rumble, you always be 5 steps behind. Yeah, you're not. I mean, we'll see. Imagine Lady G and Mike Johnson in a wrestling baby oil back of the bus match. I don't want to, Matt. Thank you for that. Part of me, my brain started to try to think about the two of them naked wrestling with baby oil in the back of the school bus. And my brain immediately shut that off and said, nope, Nate, we're not going to think about that, even if Matt wants us to. But for everybody out there, well, let your brains do what they need to do. Okay. Okay. Looks like I'm going to have to choose between Zionists or Marxists. Yeah, this is so true, man. If I vote, I'd rather have an America First stance an option than support either. This is most likely what's going to be a lot of the elections, actually. JD said, bro, play the last clip. I text you, show the people. All right. Well, I didn't see what you text me. I got to be careful with you. JD can manage to get himself banned, so I always have to be careful. Let's see. What did you send me? Oh, it's the Thomas Massie clip, right? Hold on. Oh, it's his. Oh, this is his concession speech. All right, hold on, guys. I think we might actually want to watch this. I gotta. JD texted it to me, so I got to transfer it to my computer here real quick. But it looks like it's probably going to be funny. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Sean Ryan's in the chat. Sean in here? What? Oh, Sean. I bet Sean's about as disappointed as the rest of us right now. Sean's in the chat. Is he? I know JD's in the chat. Anyway, we'll figure it out here in a second. What's up, Sean? What's up, brother? I know, man. I know why you're here. And it's, yeah, we're not happy about it. All right, let's watch Massie's speech here, his concession speech. Apparently, he tells some pretty funny jokes in it. He's got some humor behind this, at least. All right, let's see what Massie had to say. Man, we lost a good one here, man.
We know we don't want a war, and we know why young people and middle-aged people are against the next war, because we'd be the ones fighting it. They're trying to bring back the draft. Screw that.
Yep.
We're not going to fight. We're not going to fight some other country's wars, are we?
Hell yeah, dude.
No.
Hell yeah.
What else do we stand for? We don't want to send our money overseas.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay, I'll go for that.
I like all this, man. The fact he lost, dude.
I've got a bill to do that. I've also got a bill to end the Department of Education.
That's a good one, too.
Rand Paul says he wants to pass a law that you need one day to read 10 pages of every bill. I asked Rand, what are you going to do about my bill that's one sentence long to end the Department of Education? That'd be like 5 minutes to read that bill. By the way, do you know how many pages the Epstein Files Transparency Act was? 2 pages.
Hell yeah.
We're tired of meddling overseas.
Mm-hmm.
We can't afford it. Our empire will collapse if we keep sending our money to other countries. I never picked a fight with the country that's tried to take me out here because I've never voted for foreign aid to any country. We got to take care of America first.
Yes.
America first.
America first. There it is.
America first. America first.
Hell yeah.
America first.
Yes.
By the way, you remember that organization that Klaus Schwab started called the World Economic Forum?
Boo.
They said you should eat bugs. Do you want to eat bugs? They said you'll own nothing and be happy about it. You want to do that? Well, guess what happened? Guess what happened to Klaus's CEO? He was in the Epstein files. He had to resign. We took out the CEO of the World Economic Forum with a 2-page bill.
Hell yeah. Well, God, man, I love that Massie. I love that Massie is so positive right now, but you listen to that and it just makes it hurt even more. Because you're like, we lost that. We lost that. America just lost that. All of the things, everything he says, you're like, yes, 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 yes. Could you imagine if we had 450 of him, how much different this country would be right now? I mean, and that's why we were talking about that earlier, why he is so important to the country and to the movement. And that's why I hope it doesn't sound like he's going anywhere. That sounded like the preamble work for a presidential run. Now, I don't know what he's going to decide, right? But, oh, God. We don't have anybody else that's talking like that in that way. At least he's good-spirited about it, and it sounds like he's going to keep fighting. So, all right. Thanks, JD. Definitely, that was a good one. Again, it made me even more sad. That made me sad to watch, just because of what we just lost. The country just lost, and it's bigger than Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is a sort of a symbol right now. He is a symbol of standing up to everything that we are all sick and tired of, and it does feel a little bit like we got overpowered. But that's okay. It's okay. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting regardless. And, I'm sure Massey's going to be a part of it too. Okay. All right. Let's keep moving. We got a lot of super chats to get through still. All right. America isn't ready for a female president. I don't know if that's true anymore. I used to think that too, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case, man. After Trump, we could see some wild stuff, right? I think we're in an environment where we're going to get a Donald Trump Obama-esque figure is going to come out, right? And what I mean by that is a figure that comes out that's much different than we're used to seeing. Trump was sort of a referendum on why everybody, on all the things that's making the country so pissed off, and everybody thought he was going to be the savior. He was going to be the guy to bring down the deep state and do all those things. Of course, he ended up just being the deep state. But I do think we're going to get a figure that is not going to be your run of the mill. Hopefully, it's a Thomas Massie-esque figure, but we'll see. Excuse me. Our government at this point is is on continuous life alert, or is a continuous life alert commercial brought to our greatest ally. Our Congress is a life alert commercial. We just saw fucking Mitch McConnell can barely even speak. It's like our entire Congress is a nursing home at this point. If we the people pulled some shit as our founding fathers did, making this country, what would it be called? Well, we used to call it a revolution, but it would probably be called an insurrection. Right? Overthrowing an oppressive government would probably would not be looked at as a revolution. It would be by the people, conducting it, but the government wouldn't think that way. Kenneth says, dude, the Democrat running for president is no one you know right now. See, this is what I was literally just saying. We have midterm to win right now. That election after this one, Yeah, that's what I was literally just saying. I think we could potentially get some candidate. hopefully on both sides of the aisle that we're not expecting that's going to come out. Thomas Massie hopefully is going to be one of them, a real America First candidate. Gavin Newsom vetoed a wealth tax on Silicon Valley billionaires. He's trash. Yep, I agree. I'm not a fan of Gavin at all. I do not want Gavin to be one of the choices. In California, the governor must propose, the legislator must pass, and the governor must ultimately sign a balanced budget. Interesting. So does it have to happen no matter what? Is that the law? That would make it less cool, less impressive. Thank you, Nicole. Chuck says it's almost like little Mikey Johnson doesn't think Congress caused the inflation. Well, the war definitely did, for sure. Graham Plattner, you know who Sean? I don't know if Sean's still in here. Sean, you know who you need to get on as a guest on your show? Graham Plattner. 1,000%. That would be a phenomenal conversation and guest to have. So, Sean, if you're still here, I highly suggest Graham Plattner be like way up on your list of guys to get on your show. He would be a phenomenal guest for your show. Great conversation for you guys to have too. Just some thoughts. Riley Guy, let's see JD's clip. We watched it. It was worth the watch for sure. Thank you, Ry. California here. Newsom is blue Trump, does what he needs, does what he needs for votes, then abandons you. Do not trust him because he balanced a budget after scandals. Yeah, again, we're not giving Gavin a whole lot of credit here. I'll give you, Sean, if you haven't seen much about him, yeah, you'll see my chat absolutely loves him. Running for Senate in Maine, 4-tour combat Marine in Iraq and Afghanistan. Very, very America First, very anti-establishment, all the things that we talk about. He's running against Susan Collins of Maine. So I'll send you a link to his stuff. He'd be a phenomenal guest for you. And he's like one of the very few politicians we support on the show. Jerry says, Trump kidnapped Maduro to learn how he helped steal the 2020 election. I stole this one. That's a funny joke. Maybe human males evolved to do things like hunt mammoths with spears. Most young men now work in cubicles. I wonder why masculinity is in the decline. Yeah. Good point. That's like our young boys, right? Our young boys are not designed to sit in a desk for 7 to 8 hours a day, right? I think that's a big problem with like what we call ADHD for young boys. I just think is young boys need to be active and out doing shit and working hard and burning off their energy. And we sort of locked them up, gutted them. And we just done this to all our young men, it feels like. And it's intentional, right? It does feel intentional because if you can gut the masculinity out of your society, then all of the men who will stand up against oppressive regimes and oppressive governments, well, they don't exist anymore, right? So it's often by design to send away all your best young men to wars and then try to feminize the rest of them back home because then they can't stand up to oppression. So it's typically by design when we see stuff like that, definitely on purpose. That's why I'm such an advocate for, traditional masculinity getting brought back into, especially the conservative movement, right? We need to get real traditional masculinity back in the forefront. Personally, politicians really need to earn my vote. I love this. I talk about it all the time. I don't vote for the lesser of two evils. You have to earn my vote for me to give it to you. If I vote, it won't be for parties. Same. I don't vote down party lines as well. I vote for candidates. United States Marine Corps Pogue, vote third party. No more two-party system. All right. What they just did to Massie is the same damn thing they did to Bernie since 2016. True. The establishment. Yep. Here we go. Would it work if Massie and Plattner ran together in the future? This would be the ultimate ticket. This would be the ultimate America First ticket. If you had an America First conservative or Republican, libertarian, whatever you want to call Massie, with an America First progressive like Graham Plattner and put them together, that's the best ticket right now. That'd be the best ticket for the country right now, currently. Of all the people that we know in the race, if you put those two together, I think that would be probably the best ticket we could have at the moment. But again, I don't think Graham said he's not going to run, but we'll have to wait and see. He's still busy with the Senate race. All Trump did was create Massie Unchained. I hope this is the case. I hope this just makes Massie go even harder. Massie's concession speech looked like a campaign speech. It did have that, which is encouraging. 10 million's enslaved. Well, we know what you're talking about there. I will never vote pro-abortion or pro our greatest ally. Fair for you. Fair for you. Vote for Muslim candidates because at least you know they won't. That's true. That's actually true for the most part. We've seen that, you know. There's not very many of them though, right? Here's the thing. They set us up for a blue wave. They want a blue wave. They need a blue wave. You just called it out, brother. That's unfortunately about to happen. How they advance the one world agenda. I won't vote again. No way. Now, yeah, the blue wave is set up. But again, like I said, I would love for Democrats to be the saviors that are coming to save us all. But we haven't seen that, right? We haven't seen that out of the party. The Democrat Party is still very, very controlled by the blue MAGA Democrats, just like the Republican Party is. So until they fix that, it's just the uniparty, unfortunately. So there's some good candidates on both sides, but the majority of the candidates on both sides are exactly what we saw happen today, you know. So hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully we can get something better from Democrats, but I don't have a whole lot of hope. Right? It's just more uniparty at the moment. All right. Mouse says MAGA sacrificed the Liberty vote and the conservative leaning independent vote to install a temporary sock puppet. Yeah. I despise both parties with a passion. Cruz, Mass, Graham, Schumer, Jeffries. It doesn't matter. The party is our greatest ally have their hooks in. Graham? Oh, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is the uniparty. This is the neocon uniparty. Currently controls everything. We saw that today. You can't not vote. That's how we got Trump. The progressives didn't vote. And here we are. True. Goes both ways. Here it goes both ways. But again, you got to give me a candidate to vote for. At the moment, there's just not one. There might be, though. We'll see. Only vote for politicians that you could find a video of ranting with rage against the existence of the NFL current DOJ fighting, etc. Oh, NRA. From the Mesa says, need a new political party, use combat vets to spearhead it, no lobby money, no foreign money, something adjacent. Kids are the future. The problem, guys, is, man, the veteran community is, when it comes politically, we are all over the place. I mean, you still have a huge portion of veterans, combat veterans that are still very, very deep neocon, pro-war, MAGA. It's shifting. You're getting a lot more people that are like in our space that are moving away from that. But the problem is that, yeah, the veteran space still very, very, very entrenched in that for a lot of different reasons. You know, you have, again, the fact that we fought the global war on terror for 20 years. A lot of guys still blame Islam for everything, you know, whether you believe that or not. But there's still pro-war, still think we need to go to war with Iran, all these different things. So I don't think that I love the veteran community. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure. Look at Ed Galrain, right? Dude's a former Navy SEAL. And look what we're getting out of him, right? He, like somebody said, he's just a sock puppet. So that doesn't Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw is another fucking perfect example. Like, what did that get us, right? Nothing but more of the same. So there are some good ones. But at the moment, yeah, we need. We're shifting though. Veterans are shifting in the right direction more and more, right? So that's good. What should Massie do if he's going to keep fighting? What would be your advice going forward, Nate? We need to attempt something. So, like I said earlier, I think Thomas Massie starting his own, podcast of some sort, staying in the media sphere, still going and being on other shows. I think that's the best way he's going to keep having an impact going forward. For now. Now he's still going to be in Congress for a while, and then potentially, maybe he, he runs for president. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But hopefully, again, that he doesn't just retire and go live out his life and be with his cows, because I understand that too. But it doesn't look like, based off that speech, that he's going anywhere. So that's encouraging, at least. Samozin with a big $50 donation. Thank you so much. Dems are having our own Tea Party movement to kick out AIPAC and Blue MAGA Dems right now. Yes, I do see that going on. It's building, and we want to kick out Schumer and Jeffries from the leadership roles, going back to worker rights, healthcare reforms, and integrity. So this is true. This is why I like watching. You guys know I watch everybody, right? I got a wide variety of people I watch. Like I said, everybody from, Keith Edwards to Kyle Kalinske, to, guys on the right. We're watching everything. But I do like watching guys like Keith and Kyle, because this is their thing, right? They're very critical of their own, blue MAGA part of their party. And, they're trying to push for the same things, but obviously from the Democrat progressive perspective. So, yes, there is good movement. There is good movement from Democrats there, but they got a lot of work to do too, right? Because progressives are not the majority of the party, just like disgruntled America First conservatives are not the majority of the Republican Party. They're just not. So there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of ways to go for Democrats too. But we are trending in the right direction, other than this setback with Massie losing, obviously. Nana says Trump fooled us with America First agenda. Oh, ain't that the truth? I won't be voting anytime soon. Yeah, a lot of disenfranchised voters right now. Nana, to your point, a lot of people, a lot of us just going, I don't want nothing to do with this, right? And that might go away, but for now, I get it. I get where people are coming from. It's gonna be a lot of Republicans who are not showing up to vote after this, for sure. Goes to Tara. Never just sit out. Use your vote to legitimize third and fourth parties. Still punished DNC and GOP. Voting third party is another way you could do that too. Yeah. Thank you. Didn't Charlie Kirk love Massie? Yes, we played the clips on the show. Charlie Kirk literally said his favorite congressman is Thomas Massie. His favorite congressman is Thomas Massie. So, yep. I literally just left the Dem party after Bernie. It's pointless and sad. They didn't give a F about us either. Third party helps to not compromise big values. Well, I mean, this is the exact thing. You're exactly right. This is what happened, and this is why Trump got elected in 2024. Is tons of the Democrat Party was sick and tired of the progressive in the party. Were sick and tired of the exact same bullshit that we're looking at now, and they were having Joe Biden, Kamala Harris shoved down their throats. Bernie gets screwed over twice, and they were, again, just basically over it, and they didn't show up to vote. So yeah, it's happened on both sides. It's happened on both sides now. All right. Phil says, would you support at least for the presidential midterm elections to be a holiday? 100%. Yeah, I talked about this before. Or change the date so it's not in winter from the north here. Yes, I think voting should be a federal holiday. Absolutely, voting should be a federal holiday. Nobody basically, nobody should be working. Everybody should be allowed to go vote. I do think so, yeah. Why it's not doesn't make any sense. But I do think that. Marine Recon brother here. Will you ever have America First signs like the one over your right shoulder for sale? Keep up the good work. Fight out. So I'm not going to sell these. Also, they're super expensive. So this sign behind me is like $1,000. So I'm not. I can't be loading up on signs like this and trying to sell them. We're not there yet. Also, it's a different company that makes these. Right, you got to reach out to them and everything. But if you want to use my logo and you want to get a sign made for your house, feel free. As long as you don't, as long as you're not trying to use my own merch and sell it, then I don't care, man. Go ahead. You can get my logo and then get the sign made. I don't have a problem with that. Knock yourself out, homie. But yeah, but I can't do it. They're too expensive. They are not cheap for the neon signs. Coach, big $100 donation. Super generous of you. Thank you. I think Trump knows what happened to CK and he went crazy with guilt, or he's playing crazy to not be next. Well, I mean, I've said this before. At this point, it feels like one of two things: blackmail or he's being threatened. Now, I do have people push back on me on this sometimes and tell me, especially my Democrat friends. Yes, I do have lots of Democrat friends, it turns out. They push back on me when I say this, and they say, Nate, this guy's been a piece of shit forever. Like, this should not shock you. None of this is surprising. This is like, he's a con artist. And if you actually go back and look through his history, you're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. This is just who he is. But I personally do think it's one of the two. It's either the blackmail from the files, or he's been threatened and his family's been threatened. Either way, or a little bit of both. But that's just my personal opinion. Thank you, man. Thank you for the generous donation. Appreciate you, brother. That guy's mouth is Trump's new ballroom. Yeah, isn't that one funny? Where's Did I close that out? Oh, hopefully I didn't close it out. The ballroom one. I think I closed it out. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad I closed it out. That was a funny tattoo. I'm pretty sure that was AI, but I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. Oh, where'd my tab go? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. Couldn't find my tab back to my stream. Somebody wants poll. What do you guys want poll for? What's the poll for? We'll do polls. I just don't know what the poll's for. Zest. Let me know what you want the poll for. On what we were just talking about? Okay. I know what a poll we could do for. I think this is what you're talking about. We could do a poll of why Trump is America last. Why is he literally doing the polar opposite of everything he campaigned on, everything that he promised? We could do that. Let me come on. Why is this unresponsive right now? I swear this YouTube studio tab every time, it's where I run my polls and everything from, the backside of this. Every time I get to this part of the stream, it always disappears on me. Okay, here we go. Now we can get the poll going. What happened to Trump? Gonna go blackmail, threatened, always been a con artist, scumbag. All right. Let's do it. Those are three choices. Why is he America last? Why is everything he's doing for a foreign country? Why is everything the polar opposite of what he ran on? All right. All right. Let's keep moving. Excuse me. We're hitting that point in the show where I've been talking nonstop for 3.5 hours. Man, my throat's about as sore as Benny Johnson's at a SAS hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Somebody's going to clip that. Here we go. I recommend listening to Wisdom, Justice, and Love by Linkin Park, extended version, thinking it's a very relevant today age. Love Linkin Park. Love Linkin Park. One of my favorite bands. Amanda says, or Amanda and his dog says, a man and his dog. Sorry. A man and his dog. If I said that wrong. I like that name. Hey, Nate. F the orange PDF. F our greatest ally. Release the files. America First. Just had to make a comment to be in the same camp with you guys. Hell yeah. I'm on board. I'm on board for all of that, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. How do we get to the state of pussydom that we're in? I don't know. Actually, I do know. You know how I know? I saw somebody talking about this. We all know the quote, right? We all know the quote. Hard times create hard men create good times create good men create hard times. So how did we get here? It's pretty obvious. Go back to the greatest generation, the World War II generation. Hard men, hard times. What did they create? Good times for who? Boomers. Boomers grew up in a period. Here's the truth. Boomers, I'm sorry to the boomers in here. Boomers grew up in the easiest time it has ever been to exist in the United States and be successful, right? You could work a minimum wage factory job, single family income. Your wife didn't work and you could afford a house with 2 cars and live a upper middle class life. That's the truth. So boomers then became the good times. And what did boomers create? Have they created currently? Hard times. So we've come full circle in that. So that's actually how we got here, right? That saying, I believe, is true, and we are just in that point, right? The greatest generation, hard times, hard wars, World War I, World War II. They create good times, the best run ever for any country from 1946 to 1990, probably. And then boomers basically establish and gain systematic control over the entire government and country, because that's just how the age demographics work. And that's where we are over the last 10, 15 years. And we've seen exactly what they've done with it, right? The global war on terror, the global financial crisis, like the fact that we're now $40 trillion in debt. All of those things have happened in the last 20 years, which is when boomers had systematic control over everything. So there we go. If that's why I think everything's so fucked up, is because of exactly that. I may be wrong. But sure seems like the saying fits what's going on in the country right now. Dee Dee says, you plan on covering Chud the Builder? Loser. Not that he's worthy of any attention. Yeah, so, I mean, here's the thing with this story. I don't even want to give this fucking guy any time. Either of them. Either of the people involved. Chud or the dude that attacked him. I think they're both pieces of shit. I think I don't have any interest in supporting either one of them. So, no, here's what I'll say about Chud. I know everybody is saying that he's some beacon of hope for white people because he goes out on the street and screams the N-word in black people's faces and then agitates them to attack him. Sorry, that's not my hero. It's not going to be my hero as a white guy. Just not. I don't think that's cool. So, sorry. I mean, if you guys want to cheer that on, you do you. But no, I think both of them suck, right? I think he sucks. I think the dude that attacked him sucks. And yeah, that's where I am with that. So, feel free to, support whatever you want. But what I'm saying is like, that's what does that do? I know the whole thing is like, this is freedom of speech. Okay, sure. But like, this is what is gonna, again, to me, and here's my point. You guys know I'm very, very, I harp on this all the time. I do not believe in the black versus white or the Christian versus Muslim or the left versus right divide. And what is that behavior? It's just race war behavior. And it doesn't do anything but divide us. And I'm not interested in that. Right? So, again, you can support whatever you want. But I'm not going to support, people inciting, problems between the black and white community. I think we need to be coming together, not fighting each other. Because what we're out here fighting each other on the streets while what? While what's happening? AIPAC just spent $35 million to buy fucking Congress Massie's seat. That's what's going on up here. Up here, the shit going on that's affecting all our lives, or do you want to bitch and squabble amongst each other over what color our skin is? You make that decision for yourself. But for me, black people are not my enemy. So I'm not there for that. You know what I mean? But again, you guys can pick whoever you want to support and get behind. It's just, for me, that's not my type of thing. You guys know that. Bobby says sticks and stones will break your bones, but words put MAGA in a coma. That's for the jokes. They don't like the jokes, Bobby. They don't like the jokes. Whatever happened to, I might not agree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it. Oh, right. That's what I say all the time on this show. That's what Tread on Me was all about until it's not anymore. But you can't make fun of them. Right? The jokes are only okay if they're against the people we don't like. If you make fun of people I like, well, it's not funny anymore. And I don't subscribe to that either. I don't think the left is a group losing it about jokes. That's milquetoast Dems libs, and Dems are just right-wingers, but annoying. Okay. Bogo says we'll solve a lot of problems if Seattle's mutual combat law is something that has reciprocity nationwide. Texas has it too. There's some places that have it. I'm fine with mutual combat law. Yeah, if two grown men have a problem with each other and they decide they want to fight it out in the street, then yeah, why they should absolutely be able to. As long as you don't hurt anybody else. You know what I mean? Seems fine to me. Thank you for that big super sticker. Thank you. Very generous of you. Do you think Massie loss will blackpill younger reps like Bernie did with the Dems? Yeah. Well, for sure, the ones that are into politics. For sure. I think there's a pretty good chance of that. Humble Beginning says, I expect Massie to lose. The only primary voters are likely traditional right. The citizens who got him elected or Trump elected are sitting this out. Reasonable people realizing voting means nothing. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said earlier, in the back of my mind, I knew that they were never going to let Thomas Massie win this election. But I still had hope because again, that's losing him is a big deal. It's a really, really big deal for America. The biggest deal there's nobody in Congress that has done more for recently for accountability, right? And anything like that than Massie has. So it's a big loss for us right now. For everybody. That's left, right, and center. Even Democrats will tell you. Democrats were cheering on Thomas Massie just like conservative America First Republicans were. And independents were cheering on Thomas Massie. The problem is he's in Kentucky. He is in the MAGA evangelical fucking Bible Belt hub, right? That was part of the problem too. Kentucky is Kentucky. You know what I mean? Had he been in a place maybe like North Carolina, I think he would have had a lot better chance. But unfortunately, he's in evangelical MAGA country, and well, we saw what happened there. Phil says it's a setup. They don't realize it. They will be more exposed. People, especially young people as a nation, will see what's going on. It could very well backfire. It could very well backfire because it's going to make a lot of people really pissed off, and people are going to see what's happening. People are going to be talking about it more. Thomas Massie obviously is not taking it laying down. So it could very well backfire. It could very well backfire, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, that money can pay for a lot. That money can pay for a lot, especially when it comes to politics. Deborah says, the new iPhone 17 have chips from our greatest ally. Yes, I do know that. And we all know they did that with pagers. Don't be suspicious. Yeah, I will not be getting this new phone. To Deborah's point. Me especially. I'm not upgrading my phone now that I know what they're doing with it. I'm going to hold on to mine for a while. Ralph says, not sure if you've seen this, Nate, but Buckley over here saying on Twitter, MAGA wins. Of course, spelled correctly. Yeah, I mean, technically, they did. MAGA is the party of Israel. They won. They bought an election. MAGA did win. Right? That's a win for them. All they care about is our greatest ally. So it's a win for them. Yep. Sadly, that's true. It is. It's absolutely a win for them. It's not a win for the country. It's most certainly not a win for America. It's a win for our greatest ally. And if you are Israel first, then fuck yeah, this was a great day for you. Great day for everybody who's our greatest ally first. Stat says Andrew Schultz is a massive wave rider. Basically, a J.D. Vance willing to say or take any side to be popular and zero critical thinking. Interesting. I have seen him go back and forth. Right? He was very MAGA before the election, and now he's very. But I mean, here's the thing. Like I'm not a gatekeeper. Right? You guys know that. I'm not a gatekeeper of if you decide you don't support this guy anymore. To me, the more the merrier. You know what I mean? I'm not a gatekeeper on that. Because I wasn't always tuned into this either. I think I've been ahead of the curve over a lot of people, but I was, a pro. I was never MAGA per se, but I was a, pro-war, pro-our greatest ally, neocon-esque type of guy, 10 years ago myself. So, I'm not trying to be a gatekeeper. People change their minds when they're presented new information. At least people who are critical thinkers do. So, but there's that. Heard the national anthem this weekend. Hung my head in the morning. That's not good. We don't want to hear that. Yeah, that's not good. I'm unfortunate you're feeling that way. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Brian said you should interview Brandon Herrera because AIPAC does not like him either. Maybe I can talk to Brandon about it. I don't know if he'll want it. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know if Brandon wants to, come talk to me because I'm obviously not very liked in the MAGA space. Nate is not liked at all in the MAGA space. If you guys haven't noticed, the people who attack me are very, very specific group of people. And they do not. I look drunk. Okay. Look at you. You look like a chomo looking through a door at a little 5-year-old. That's what you look like. Why are they always like this, dude? Why do they always like this? You know what I mean? It's always the chomo pedo magas here. Very bizarre. Creepy dude. Very creepy dude. Very creepy dude. Now you'd know if I was drunk. I haven't drank. What has it been? How long has it been, guys? How long has it been? 2.5 months now. I think it's been about 2.5 months. Also, guys, I'm down to 225 pounds. Got checked at the doctor. I am getting pretty shredded. Not to toot my own horn, but we've cut about 30 pounds since I quit drinking. Ramped up my combatives. Man, I'm doing a ton of combatives right now, Muay Thai and things like jiu-jitsu and things like that. And quit drinking. The mix of those two things together, whew, it is crazy how much I've leaned up from quitting drinking. Has been amazing, by the way. A little bit of low dose of GLP-1 doesn't hurt, you know what I'm saying? But quitting drinking's been great. Been great. 3 years. Well, I mean, I'd like to get there, dude. I'd like to get there. 2.5 months is good for me because I drank pretty much every day for the last 15 years. So yeah, it's been awesome. But we've cut about 30 pounds, 30 bad pounds too. So we're staying after it. The Bella Stella says, as a non-American who visited the U.S. several times and love it as a second country, you guys have the nicest people. We do have really nice people overall. Not everybody, but I'm really sad about the state of things. I pray that things get better. Yes, Americans are actually very, very nice culturally, depending on where in America you are. New York, the Northeast, not really. But like the Northwest and the Northwest people are super nice, dude. Super nice. Super, super nice. What's Vanessa talking about? Wait for Nate's response to that. To what? What was I talking about, Vanessa? I forget. People in the South are super nice too. Man, when I lived in North Carolina, oh my gosh, people are so nice. So, yeah, we do have very nice culture as compared to like if you go to like China or Asian culture. A lot of the times, Japanese culture, even Japanese people can be very nice, but they can also be very, very rude and abrasive too. Oh yeah, I quit nicotine 2 years ago when I retired. So I dipped and vaped for about 20 years. 18 years. I think I dipped for about 18 years. And yeah, I quit cold turkey about 2.5 years ago. So yeah, I'm not doing alcohol or nicotine anymore. And it's amazing how much healthier I am not doing the two of those. I'd highly suggest it. If you're thinking about it, go for it, man, because it's been great. Chris says party is meaningless. We have to vote for whoever doesn't take APAC money. APAC is a cult. America first, America only. The other issues can wait. I agree with you on that one. Do you agree with all that? Plattner has been impervious to attacks so far. Yes, he has. Oh my God. I was just talking to him about that a couple days ago. Dude, you guys know they did a hit piece on me and him together. We both got hit pieces done on us in the same article. But he's been completely immune. Everything they've thrown at him is just washed off of him. He's just that popular. You know what I mean? He's just that popular right now. Are there any non-APAC, non-Bloomberg puppets in the Democrat Party that we can counter Mag with? Yeah. So, well, non-APAC, non-Bloomberg. You got Graham Plattner, Ro Khanna. Honestly, Cori Bush, we showed her the other day. Super based, pretty shocking. I mean, there's a lot of things I would not agree with her on, but there's a few. Not many. And then also, yeah, I don't know. That's there are some though. But it's like Republicans. It's not a lot. Nate for president? Yeah, no, I'm good, man. You think they would let me win anything? Look what they did to Thomas Massie. They're not about to let me win anything either. Yeah, right. 0% chance. John says we're living in a chessboard. Give us nonviolent felons our guns back. Yeah. I talk about this all the time. I don't care what you were a felon for. If we let you out of prison and we deemed that you are safe enough to come back into society, then you have repaid your debt to society and you should 100% be able to own your firearms. I am a staunch to a absolutist when it comes to that. My point with that is, if you are so dangerous that you can't own a firearm as a felon, then your ass should be in prison. And why did we fucking let you out of prison to begin with if you're that dangerous? But if you are safe enough to be in my community where my kids live, you're safe enough to own a firearm, period. Period. There's no reason that you could explain to me why someone's safe enough for them to be let back into society, but they can't own a gun. Okay. No, sorry. Sorry, not how it works for me. I'm all about it, man. Especially nonviolent felons. Nonviolent felons, if you have drug charges, right? Yeah, then no. I'm on board with you on that one, bro. An all vet party is needed. Yeah. That one could get weird too, though. You know, as much as I love our veterans, right? We don't really want a party that's all from one culture. That could get pretty wild too. If you like Massie, you would love Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, inventor of email, is running for Senate in Indiana and Maryland and has fought Zionism since the 80s. Interesting. I don't know who that is. I'll have to be on the lookout for it. Thank you. Tracy says left versus right is the distraction. 100% a supply chain crisis is the real threat. Also true right now. No heroes coming. Build local, build together now. A lot of truth to that. A lot of truth in that one. Thank you. What can we do? Seriously, protests go nowhere. What can we do? And I'm so done with this shit. Ideas, please. Anything, please. I wish I had a good answer for you. But I don't. All we can do is keep being vocal about it. Right. Keep being vocal about it. Keep talking about it. Voting isn't doing much, but that's it right now. Protesting. Hey, whether you think it does nothing or not, at least is getting your word out. So it's better than just, giving up and not doing anything, I guess. I know but I don't have a good one for you. If I had a good one for you, I probably would be president. But I don't have a good one for you guys on that. I'm not sure. Run for local offices. This is a pretty good one too. You can definitely have a lot of impact in your local community. Yeah. But yeah, be involved. Be a good husband, be a good father, be a good mother, be a good son, be a good daughter, be nice to people. Be a positive impact on your communities. Those are all good things you can do. They do add up. Those things do add up when everybody's doing them. So, but as for like a solution to the problem we just watched happen to Massie tonight, I don't have the answers for you yet. Maybe we'll figure them out together as we go forward. Got to see the light on this. Boomers are on their way out. Gen X and CK generation right behind. We'll wait it out. True. This is true. Massive shifts are coming in the next 10 years politically. 100%. No doubt. Pistol Annie says the DOJ, will be launching a 15-city task force to combat anti-Semitism nationwide. Let that sink in. Great. Yay. I wonder what that's going to entail. They always say this combat. Why don't they just call it racism? Have you guys noticed that? Why do they get their own special term? You ever think about that? Why isn't it just called racism? That's what it is. So why wouldn't you just call it that? Why is there a separate specific term that we can label people for one specific group of people? No other group of people gets that. Right? So isn't that weird? Isn't that like they even get their own word for racism? That's just special to them. Never makes sense. That never made sense to me. Like, just call it racism. That's what it is. But anyway, I digress. Just thinking out loud on that one. Anti-Massie PACs broke the all-time spending record for a House primary in history. True. Excuse me. Also, 98% of APAC-backed and endorsed candidates win their general elections. Yeah, we looked at both of these things in the show tonight, and both of these are true. The fact that a House congressional seat in Kentucky just broke the record for all-time spending, that's bad news. That's bad news for all of us. Bad news for all of us on that. States buy Israel war bonds, paid $40 million after 10-9. Okay. Could Massie run for Senate against McConnell? I don't know. Let's look out. I mean, I imagine he could. Let's see what it says. ChatGPT will tell us. Oh, but then but I don't know if there's a Senate election up for. Is there a Senate election up for 2026 in Kentucky? I don't know. Not sure. ChatGPT says yes, but that would be the conditions for it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's an open seat in 2026. So we'd have to look that up. But who knows? It sounds like it could be possible. Maybe that's something he's considering then. Problem is, here's the thing. The problem is if he couldn't win his seat in Kentucky, he's probably not going to win the Senate either, because it's just more Fox News boomers, right? They're not going to vote for him in the state runoff election either, I would imagine. It's Kentucky. If Bernie ran for president, would you vote for him? Me personally, yes. I want to feel the burn. Currently, he's too old. Bernie, 2016 Bernie, if 2016 Bernie ran today, would I vote for him? 100%. 100%. You can call me a socialist, communist, liberal. I don't give a shit. He is far better candidate than fucking Marco Rubio or JD Vance or Gavin Newsom. 2016 Bernie, yes, I would vote for 2016 Bernie over the field at the moment. So I don't know how you guys, but he's too old now. I'm not voting for 80-year-old politicians. I'm done with that. No more of that. Canadian chick loves you. Okay, cool. Thank you. What deployment is a picture of you and Munchkin from? That's not a, that was a, somebody did art of that. My wife turned it into, somebody did fan art, and then my wife turned it into a picture for Christmas. What's your favorite animal? Stay safe. Well, I like cats. Jungle cats, big cats. If you don't notice, everywhere you look on me, I'm covered in lions, tigers. Let's see, we got leopard here. We got a tiger here, lion here. My entire right leg sleeve is like 8 jungle cats. So I do like jungle cats. Dogs, right? Obvious. I love animals. Like my wife kind of hates it. Like I am obsessed with animals, if you haven't been able to tell by my cows and my munchkin cats. Yeah. But no, I love bears too. If I could, I was just watching the shit I watch. My algorithm is just fucking animals a lot of the time. Like, have you seen that grizzly bear that thinks it's a dog, and it hangs out with everybody, and it like chills in the hot tub, and it rides around in the back of the van with its head out the window like a dog? I forget, it's a famous bear, famous brown bear. You need a jaguar tap? I do. I got one on my leg. But yeah, no, I love cows too. Goats, I like goats. I like cows. I like cats, dogs. I mean, pretty much everything. Oh, oh shit. Oh, dude. Now that's a good joke, dude. Got him. Yeah. Nice, dude. Yeah, you nailed me on that one. You just nailed me to the wall on that one, dude. Yeah, well done. Oh, shit, dude. That's a good small calf joke. Well done. Okay, let's keep moving. You got to be able to laugh at yourself, guys. That takes me back to my time in the team rooms. Oh, man, the amount of calf jokes I ate there. Anyway, okay. Man, forget these MAGA dorks that decide everyone that disagrees with them is a liberal. Yeah, I mean, it's the dumbest shit ever, right? Here's the thing is like, if you're MAGA, you're not a conservative. Like, you are a center left. Like, you're not even center left. You're MAGA is, this is what MAGA is. MAGA is fiscally liberal, socially conservative, which is there's like nowhere else is there that combination, right? It's never that. It's always the reverse of that combination in some way for every other party that's not completely psychopathic. But yeah, MAGA is fiscally liberal. But what I mean by that is they are willing to just fucking print and spend money to God's end, and then socially conservative. So they, also usually have the worst takes socially as well, right? But anyway, them pretending that they're conservative is always the funniest shit in the world. That's like America First conservatives are so much further right than you idiots fucking are, and you have no idea. You don't even realize it. But anyway, and not like right in the good direction, as in like conservative constitutionalism, right? MAGA fucking couldn't find the Constitution if it was fucking hit him in the face. Stats guy says Belgium just arrested 3. Oh, yeah, I can't read this out. All right. But this is a real thing. Kyle Kalinske is fucking brave, man. He did a whole video on that like 3 or 4 days ago. I watched that and I was like, bro, you can't be talking about this on YouTube. They're gonna ban your channel, homie. But dude, Kyle doesn't give it. I'll get the thing I like about Kyle. I don't agree with everything he says, but he does not give a shit, dude. Like, he will say anything he wants. He is brave. He is fucking brave with his YouTube channel. He'll just rant and like fucking call people pedos and the Epstein this, and he's wild, man. He did a whole episode on that where I was just like, holy shit, you are 10 times braver than me. My channel would get banned so fast if I would have done that video. But yeah, it's a real thing, and it's disgusting. Ranger says, I'm actually worried Trump made a deal with Xi and Putin that they can have Taiwan. This actually does look like is probably what happened. And Ukraine, respectively, if Trump can have Iran, what happened behind closed doors? Yeah, good question. I don't know. But based off of what we've been saying about Taiwan afterwards, I think there's a decent chance that what you're talking about is there's potential that it might be true. But we'll have to wait and see. Dr. Wang for president, also great show. Yeah, we do need Dr. Wang. Where's Dr. Wang been? Great show tonight. Thank you very much, man. Michael says, love your America First content, Nate. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you. And that's a cute dog. Good looking puppy dog. And thank you for the generous donation, man. Massie was a libertarian. His libertarian principles is what made him such a fantastic representative. The same for Ron Paul. True. To fix this will require libertarians because liberty comes first. He's not a true libertarian. He's what I would call, he's closer to what I am, which would be a conservative constitutionalist. I think is a better description of Thomas Massie's actual policies. Thomas Massie's not technically a full-blown libertarian. But he definitely leans in the libertarian realm. But I think he's more of a conservative constitutionalist. A lot of big words. They all kind of mean the same thing. But I think, I'm not sure how he looks at himself, but that would be my guess, I think, is probably more of his policy. Which Ron Paul is pretty libertarian, but he's also heavily in the conservative constitutionalist, which is much, much different, obviously, than your standard Republican, policy-wise. Joe, take your new mood by Own It Road. Okay. That's a nice shout out to the product there. Telling people to not take SSRIs and just do illicit substances and on it and peptides. Yeah. Also not necessarily the greatest suggestions. I personally, guys, I am somebody who will not take any type of medication because it doesn't do well for me personally, but I don't have anything against it. A lot of people, take SSRIs and it helps them a lot. So just to suggest that there's this like blanket one-off, like these are terrible for everybody and all you need to do is take DMT and own it and peptides and you're going to be good. That's also maybe not the best advice, to AJ's point. So and that's why you want to figure it out with a doctor, right? What's going to actually help you. But to just blanket stuff like that, also not great. Thanks, AJ. Road Warrior says, are you guys still here? The hell was that? My computer just beeped at me. Is everybody still here? It was almost like my computer was going to crash. Give me a 5x5. Okay, we're here. Let me see somebody say good. Okay, we're here. All right, that was weird. I got the, it sounded like I was going to get the blue screen of death, and then computer froze up for a second, and we came back to good. All right, our Grace Ally uses, maybe because of this comment, geofencing targets. Yeah, this is probably what it was. All right, I'm not going to read this. You guys can read this one, because apparently the second I started reading this, my computer almost crashed. But there's that. That's in. It's pretty revealing stuff you got in that comment. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Right now, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to any Democrat views and support them if they anti-our greatest ally. 2, willing to. I'm not that far off here. I'm not that far off. The problem is there most of them are not even 1 and 2. Look at Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries was just asked if they were planning on impeaching Donald Trump if they take the House, and he said no. He said no. And that's the, or was it Cory Booker? It was either Jeffries or Booker that said it. It's just like, dude, okay, man. May dodge the trap like Trump did. Bone spurs, baby. Get them bone spurs. It's a fake. Hopefully I said that right. It's a fake. $50. Thank you. Very generous here. Says, are they really expecting us to rush the White House? I don't understand the point of civil war. Corporate has infiltrated. No, I mean, that's not going to happen. Well, I mean, who knows? You never know. We saw it January 6th. But here's the thing. Here's what I hate about the whole Civil War conversation. Whenever we reference Civil War as being left versus right, that is never how Civil Wars work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to be Democrats versus Republicans. First of all, that doesn't even make sense, right? Your community you live in is filled with people that are left, right, and center. How are you even going to figure out which side logistically? Where are you going to be? Like, that doesn't even make sense. But Civil War is between typically a resistance force and the government. That's how Civil Wars work. The government versus the people. Wow, Civil War. That's almost always how a civil war is, right? Think about Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a civil war. What was it? The Afghan National Army, the government that we built and we set up, versus the Taliban, a resistance force, an insurgency. We call it whether we call it in Green Beret terms, right? We either call it a insurgency or a resistance force. It means the exact same thing. We just have 2 different labels. If you're good guys, it's a resistance force. If you're bad guys, you're an insurgency, but it's the exact same thing. So, no, civil wars are not between, Democrats and Republicans or black versus white. That would never be a civil war. The Civil War should be the people versus the government. That's typically how civil wars work. So, anyway, just something to think about. I hate when I hear that, like, there's going to be a civil war. It's like, not really. I mean, it could be, but it's not going to be in the way we think about it, as in like from 250 years ago or something like that. Excuse me, well, not 250 years ago. What? 150 years ago ish. Free Men Die Free says Trump, his admin, and Congress have all usurped our system of governments in service of a foreign nation state. Objectively true. They qualify for treason. Espionage Act, Declaration of Independence, levels of correction. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. Like 200 years ago, this would 100% be right. But what do we do about it now? I don't know. I miss American Thor clowning the alpha males. I know. There's so much good stuff in the fake alpha male universe, though. I've been looking around at it a little bit. Oh man, it's good out there. You got the claviculars, the chuds. There's all sorts of stuff to talk about. Maybe we'll get back to it eventually. Maybe when I get a little bit more time, we can cook back up American Thor. Noel Nate, if man tells you he runs the house, be careful. He lied to you about other things. Okay. Oh, you're talking about in marriage? Yeah. That is true, man. If you're a man that runs the house, God bless you. I don't know how you do it, but that's not the way it works in my house. My wife runs the show. She runs the show. What she says goes. And if what she says doesn't go, it's typically a problem. And when mom's not happy, here's what I'll say. When mom's not happy, nobody's happy. that's typically how it works, and in most good marriages, at least. And if dad's not happy, nobody really gives a shit. So men, understand that. Nobody cares about your happiness. That's another thing. I see a lot of not understanding what masculinity actually is, traditional masculinity. And that's another thing men need to start understanding is like you being happy is not fucking relevant to anything. And I'm not trying to say you need to be miserable as a man, but your purpose as a man is not to find happiness. Like that's not what's going to give you fulfillment as a man. You're going to be seeking out pleasures, right? And as a man, seeking out pleasures is typically not healthy and not going to get you to where you want to be in life with success. Right? There's nothing happy about becoming a Green Beret for years, right? You got to go through miserable shit to get outside the other side. And that's, all sorts of different things you can do. But, as a man, understand nobody, and also no one gives a fuck. Your buddies might, your close friends might care, but nobody cares if you're happy either. Right? So just understand that. But you're going to get 1,000 times more fulfillment out of making those around you happy, right? I'm happy because my wife and my kids are happy. You know what I mean? Like I get fulfillment out of that. But just seeking pleasures, right, and things that make you happy as a man typically is. And again, I'm not telling you anything, not telling you how to live your life, but for all the young men out there, for all the yeah, sure, in a marriage, you don't want to be miserable. But my point is, as a man, your happiness is irrelevant comparative to taking care of your family. My point is, your happiness comes last as a man in the family. Your kids and your wife's happiness should come before yours. If you want to, that's just if you want to have a successful marriage, right? And my point is you will get fulfillment and happiness out of that if you succeed at that. You know what I mean? But if you're just like out there trying to find, do shit that makes you happy at the expense of others, yeah, good luck. Good luck as a man. Being a man's not easy. And a lot of women don't understand that either. Right? A lot of women don't understand that being a man is not as easy as people think. And I'm sure being a woman's not as easy as people think too. So we'll give you guys credit as well. I'm right and I'm happy. I'd rather be alone than want to be alone. There you go. Yeah, there you go. If you want to be single, then there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with that either. If you find happiness in being single, then stay single, man. Stay single. You know what I mean? Everybody's different for sure. AJ says, my educated guess is that as low yield fission nuke in our greatest ally, they wouldn't let firefighters go in. So that's how you know there's radiation. Interesting. Yeah, I'm still looking for better information on it, AJ. Hard to somebody said, is that simping? You think protecting, providing, and raising a family is simping? Oh my God. Yeah, we're cooked. Oh, the next generation is cooked if you think that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, good luck. Good luck in life if you think protecting, providing, and living in acts of service as a man is simping. Whoa, you are cooked, bro. You are cooked. Oof. Yikes. That's someone who's never done any of the three. All right. Grew up next to the Space Center. My dad was the guy in charge of the shuttle centers. Never seen or heard rocket fuel testing like that. Yeah. They say it was a scheduled fuel test. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know about what type of fuel goes up in a mushroom cloud, but Kentucky is a Democratic governor, Andy Bashar. I would not be surprised to see him running in 2028. Wait, Kentucky has a Democrat governor? Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Wouldn't it make more sense for Massie voters to vote Democrat this one time to have all this backfire to force Republicans to get back to values? I mean, that's the theory, but I don't know if it'll have that effect, if it'll actually do anything. So I don't know. Well, we'd like to have it that effect, but who knows if it actually will. Probably won't. The story with Rogan going to the right began during 2016 election. He was on the left and endorsed Bernie. The Blue MAGA had a cow and kicked Rogan out of the party. Appreciate your show. I do remember that. Yeah, do remember that. Penta, what's up, brother? Penta's here. Thank you for the big donation, homie. Says, wasn't sure whether to wait to see Cash in Valhalla, so I dropped by to say hi to the crew instead. Nothing but love for you, brother. Thank you, brother. Nothing but love to you as well. Appreciate you being here. As always, appreciate it. And I don't think we're going to find Cash in Valhalla, my friend. I don't think that's where Cash is going to be. I know he thinks he's headed there, but I don't think Cash is going to find us in Valhalla. Thanks, buddy. James says Massie and Dan Bilzerian should go on a tour called Save America Tour to action people. People are done holding the line. I don't know. I don't see the two of them likely to pair up. But who knows? Maybe. You know what I mean? Oh God, imagine the money that they are gonna dump into the Randy Fine race. Oh my God. If Dan gets any headway at all in that race, they are gonna put $100 million into that race. That one's gonna get weird too. Okay. The black pill movement is dead. What do you mean? Who's black pilled? You think wait, this guy, you think being America first is black pilled? That's rough. That's rough. If you think not wanting to send all our money to a foreign country is black pilled, you think being anti-war in Iran is black pilled? If you wanting transparency and accountability for the Epstein files is black pilled? Oof. That's rough. We got a little NVG photo here. Everyone should read Our Greatest Ally Lobby by Mearsheimer and Walt. Probably should read that. That sounds like it's probably an important read. I'll be on the lookout for that. Do we think that Oregon will get a Republican governor? Maybe. Right now, it's looking like it. Tina Kotek is the absolute worst. She was rated the worst governor in America this year, by the way, 50th place. So, yeah, Oregon, unfortunately, has a straight trash can for a governor. So I do actually hope the Republican wins in the governor race because she is horrible. She is far worse than Gavin Newsom, policy-wise. Again, voted the worst governor in America. So, yeah, hopefully we get rid of her. She's the worst. If Trump becomes king, I will have to love my country from a distance somewhere. Well, I don't know if he's going to become king. He wants to be, though. Why doesn't all you independent reports who tell the truth form a new party and us people vote for y'all and take the right and left out? That would be nice, but guess what? They don't allow you to have, typically don't allow us to have a real independent party. You know what I mean? Which is also why the primaries. I don't know. It would be nice. There's so many independents now. I feel like there's more independents in this country than there are Republicans and Democrats now. So you probably could do it. Somebody could figure out how to turn it into a party and just name it something. The Independent Party, maybe. Because I do think there may be more independents than there are Republicans or Democrats currently in this country at this point. Following up on my question from Friday's stream, books to better understand China and Chinese culture. If you didn't, oh, dude, sorry, brother. Yeah, let me write that down so I can I got 1,000 things going on and then I get sidetracked. Let me actually write this one down in my notes so I can try to remember. No guarantee, because again, there's just so much shit going on. All right. I'll try to remember, homie. I do appreciate it. I'll go back through my notes this week and then hopefully I'll remember. Thank you, though. Ty says 23 and I'd like to enlist. Have since I was a child. Wondering if I should wait a little bit, become a firefighter, or should I just go in? Okay, so you're at the right age. There's nothing wrong with waiting and being a firefighter for a couple years. We also, I say we as in guys that, kind of give advice to this. We'll oftentimes give the advice to younger guys, 18, 19, 20. You're still young enough to go work construction, to go work roofing, firefighter, paramedic, some type of job like that is not bad to get some work experience, get some maturity. But I mean, you are plenty old enough, 23, like you're good to go. But you got to make that decision for yourself. But yeah, if you want to be a firefighter for a couple of years before you go in, that's also a great route to go as well. Great route to go. But construction and firefighter are both great because you're going to get very, very physically fit, and you're going to work a hard job with manual labor, and it's going to prepare you really well. So, yeah, either way, you're in pretty good shape. So make sure you're fit enough, right? Like if you need to get more fit, then maybe go the route of like getting a fit, do a firefighter for a couple of years. If you're already really fit, then you can do either one. Doesn't matter. Altum says, our hearts are shattered, but the final victory will be ours, inshallah. Yeah, let's hope so, Altum. I hope so. We gotta stay. We can't get actually black-pilled. We gotta stay motivated. Less than 100,000 people voted Republican in Kentucky. That's a good point. We didn't actually pay attention to that statistic. Let's actually look at. Let me look this up. Let's look at the population of Kentucky is. That's actually interesting. Kentucky. Let's see what it says here. Wow, Kentucky has a population of 4.6. Well, but then again, this wasn't a state race. This is a this was a Congress race, right? So it's a district race. So we'd have to know how many people were in their district. You know what I mean? So it wasn't a Senate race, so it's not actually the entire state. We'd have to know how many people are in the actual district itself. Now, if there was 1 million people in the district and only 100,000 people voted, that would be crazy. But yeah, because it's a district, a congressional district. Now, if this is true, if there's 750,000 people in District 4 and only 100,000 voted Republican, that's insane. That is ugly for the Republican Party if that's true. That's crazy if that's true. 300,000? Okay, that's less. But it's still, that's that becomes a little bit. The numbers actually start to work, right? It's not that bad if that's the numbers. Because let's say you have 100,000 Republicans, 100,000 Democrats. Now this is just spitballing, and then 100,000 people who aren't going to vote. So, but anyway, we'd have to get the actual numbers, see how bad it really is. Jager says, had to take care of some stuff at the DMV, California. That sounds miserable. The whole time I was there, all I could think about how was Cartman and the last of the Mohicans. Couldn't stop laughing. Keep up the great work. That's a great episode, man. If you guys haven't seen it, we talked about it before. South Park's episode where basically America becomes so shitty that all the illegal immigrants jump the border to go back to Mexico. And then Trump actually builds a border wall to try to keep all the Mexicans in the country because the labor market collapses. So it feels like we're not that far away from that. But yeah, that's definitely a funny episode. And God bless JD DeLay and all the lives he saved in the United States Marine Corps. Yep. Thank JD for his service every time you see it, for sure. We love JB. We love our Marine brother, JD. Ghost says, craziness frustrates me, and I wish I could unplug for a while. Yeah, I wish I could too, homie. I'm always in this, right? But I feel I have a duty as a man and stay informed to keep my family prepared and protected. Great points there. Yes, you do. You should absolutely know what's going on in the world around you. It's trust me, it's not great to be it's not great to be embroiled in this shit all the time. I'll tell you that, like, just from a mental health standpoint, guys, the amount of time I spend involved reading in this and learning about shit, researching shit online, social media, it's not good for your brain. It's not good for your mental health. It's my job, so it is what it is. But man, that's why I say go touch some grass. Because yeah, I'll find myself just getting fucking angry, and then just have to stop myself and be like, all right, hey, we gotta chill out a little bit. Like, we can't control the world and understand, like, we're on social media all day long. It's very easy to get disillusioned and get very angry at the world. So yeah, definitely go touch grass, right? Unfortunately, spend more time in this shit than I should be, but gotta bring you guys the show. I'm fucking stuck in it all week long so that you guys can just hang out with me for a couple hours and hopefully hopefully the 40 hours of research I put in during the week you know makes it so you guys get your information in a couple hours and you don't have to be stuck on your phones all day long. But thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Didi says, what if the Butler USSS detailed is compromised? Would make sense why he ended up as director. I don't know, but I do think that something about Butler is not right. Whether it be a setup, whether it be a threat, whether it be whatever it is. Butler, there's a lot more to Butler than excuse me, than we realize. It feels pretty staged at this point. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, I think, kind of showed us all like, I see what he's doing, right? But could be that it was just a threat, but it does feel pretty staged at this point. Especially like, I don't know if you guys have seen the clips that have come out of after the shot rings out, and then like one of the Secret Service guys like runs out of frame and then like brings like 4 camera people with him and like sets them all up, and then the American flag that's above Trump, they literally lower it into frame, and then he starts doing the fight as everybody's there for the pictures. That looks pretty sketchy when you watch it back. Like, really? Pulling all the photographers in and then lowering the America flag into frame for the picture, the famous picture. Hey. That doesn't seem very you haven't seen it? Yeah, it's out there. There's an angle from the ground that's looking up, somebody from behind like in the front row of the crowd, and you can see the whole thing pan out. It's not good. When you see that, you're like, okay. Excuse me. Love the channel and your ability to sift through all the bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of that. What agenda you think they want to hide after a $30 million donation? I don't think they want to hide it. I don't think they want to hide it anymore. I think they want everybody to know. I think the entire point of this was to tell everybody, and especially Congress. I think it was to finally say, hey, motherfuckers, you want to F around and stand up to us? Watch this. Watch what we can do to Thomas Massie. And I think it was just a threat to the rest of Congress. And so, no, there was nothing accidental about it. They disclosed all of it. They told us we spent $35 million on this. So they didn't try to hide it at all. I think it's on purpose. I think it was a warning. It's a warning to the rest of politicians. Like, oh, you don't want to play ball? Watch this. We can get rid of the most popular Republican congressman, and we can buy it. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I think they did. That's what I think it was all about. That's scary. At 5 foot tall, 5'10" tall, this Trump is a double original. No, I think it's original. Trump's just lied about his height for years. I think Donald Trump's closer to about probably 5'10", 5'11". He says he's 6'3". He's not as tall as me. He's like 3 inches shorter than Cristiano Ronaldo. So, who I believe was about 6'1". So no, I think he's just always been way shorter than he's claimed. And he's old, right? So he shrunk a few inches. He was probably around like 5'11", maybe 6 feet tall at his peak. But of course, he obviously lied about his height, like he lies about everything because he's insecure. Richmond, north of Richmond, hits different 2 years later. Man, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's funny how that song is still relevant. Roy, what's up, brother? Says, hey, Sarn, I think the most existential crisis is in the United States now is the fact that the average American's reading level is 6th grade, and so many people could be radicalized into this cult. Ignorance brings hatred. Yeah, this is actually true. I believe less than 50% of Americans can read at an 8th grade level. So I think this is a little bit low. I think it's 8th grade. But yeah, to your point. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Losing increased Massie's life expectancy. Yeah, unless he runs for president. Then we'll see. Sure as hell don't want that preloaded or preloaded Epstein Island gold Trump phone. Yeah. Also, God, who knows what's on it? To your point, right? What kind of spyware is on that thing? I can only imagine. A Chinese-made Trump phone. I'm good. I'll pass. Have you listened to A Good Citizen by IMA? Also, Candace / Hunter Biden interview. Oh, I do. Oh my God, I saw the previews for that. That is gonna be wild. That's gonna be a wild one. I can't wait to watch that. I'll tell you this: the more I watch Hunter Biden, the more I agree with a lot of the shit he says. Man, I don't think Hunter Biden is who they told us he was. Now, like he said himself in the preview, he was definitely a crackhead. But I listen to him talk now. He's been very critical of things. He was extremely critical about the withdrawal of Afghanistan. He dunked on his dad for that. Talked about how fucked up that was. A lot of the things that I really dislike Joe Biden for, Hunter Biden has called his dad out for. Yeah. So the preview to that looks wild. Looks wild. I definitely will be watching that one. But no, this is so funny though, because in the preview, Hunter was like, Candace, you called me a crackhead a bunch of times. And you can see Candace like smirks, and Hunter goes, I was a fucking crackhead. So he's got a good sense of humor about it, at least. But I think they're going to get into the laptop and all kinds of stuff. It sounds like the laptop is actually not real. So that's crazy. So the dude's pretty honest. But that'll be a wild one. Bill Wilson, big $50 donation. Thank you so much, man. Very, very generous. Says it hit so hard. The hope is he would lead us past the Trump era. 1,000%. It's amazing how the Trump supporters I still try to be friends with continue to move their goalposts. Yeah, they're the kings of that, aren't they? Yeah, fucker, you're looking fit. Good on you. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. And yeah, that is it is. That's the gutting hope, right? Is that this was going to be the election that proved it. That no, you can't spend $50 million fucking dollars and buy seats. You can't do it. No, sorry to the Epstein class and all the people in the files. The American people are not going to let this happen. And then what happens? Kentucky, Fox News boomers. And it gets gutted. But again, hopefully it's a rallying cry, right? Hopefully this is a rallying cry. But we'll see. Yeah, it's hard to get people to pay attention. Burning says, Nate, thanks for your service and what you're doing now. If we end up in the same camp, just tell me what to do. I'll definitely be leading the resistance if we're in the camps together, ladies and gentlemen. I've got plenty of experience in that. I've been in the prisoner of war camps of Camp McCall. So yeah, I got plenty of experience. At least we'll have fun together in there, huh? At least we'll have fun in there together. Are you familiar with Megadeth's Dystopia album? Some of it, yeah. It has a couple of songs that I think are especially relevant now. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. I do know some of their songs. Thank you. Oh my God. Look at this profile picture. That's just straight after my own heart. Oh, blockhead. We love Rottweilers. Rottweiler's my favorite dog. Obviously, we have one. I would have multiple if my wife would let me, but excuse me, she'll only allow one. Man, I love Rottweilers. Look at this thing. How can you not love this thing? Look at this fat blockhead. Just the best dogs ever. Heather says, why are the bad people always winning and the good people losing? Well, if you're biblically, because that's just what happens, right? Satan is influencing everything. If you're not, well, I don't know. But it feels that way. DJT has been a disaster for America for 2 years. So why is Kentucky voting for more pain? I don't know. I don't know, man, because they watch Fox News and they think it's the Democrats' fault. It's the best I got. I don't know. Thank you. Mark says, wow, the hate in the chat about boomers. I'm 62, join the community because I agree with your views on all the topics you cover. Or do I belong? I should cancel my monthly subscription? No. That means you are not in the actual demographic of Fox News boomers. if you're here and you agree with our views, then you are not in that demographic. So we're not talking about you. We're not. When I say Fox, that's why I say Fox News boomers. I don't. Whenever I talk about it, if you guys hear me, do I ever say boomers caused this? No, I say Fox News boomers caused this. I'm very specific with my language on that because no, I do not believe it's all boomers. I don't blame the boomers. I blame the Fox News boomers, the ones that are pro our greatest ally, the ones that are pro Trump, the ones that are MAGA. Those are the ones. Did I go to SEER? Oh yeah, it's required to become a Green Beret. But no, so I'm not talking about all boomers at all. I'm talking about a very specific demographic of boomers, right? yeah, they do. The ones that believe listen to Jesse Waters, I guess you could say. But no, it's not all boomers, man. You're good. We're not talking about you when we're talking about that. I can't believe Massie lost. That is crazy. Even if the people of Kentucky didn't pay attention, they had to have seen our greatest ally was buying this election. The thing is they didn't see that, dude. And they just went along with it. Sad day for America. They didn't see that because mainstream media never fucking talked about it. And Fox News didn't talk about it. APAC Tracker talked about it. I talked about it. Independent media talked about it. But what they're ingesting through cable news, they didn't talk about it. They didn't say a word. They had no idea. Right? So, again, they are very good about, these people are not watching independent media. They're not like all of you here in the chat that are getting on and listening to independent people talk. They watch Fox News and CNN. That's what they watch. And that's all just state propaganda. So, Ness says, a lot of my friends have fallen into white nationalism, and I want a white-only America and are America first. I would argue if you want a white-only America, you're not America first. That's something completely different. They LARP. I think they think that means America first, but that's definitely not America first. And make bullshit excuses for it. How do you recommend we reach these people and pull them back? I don't think you're going to. White nationalism has been around for a long time. It's just gained popularity. And that's just not my politics. That's not the way I look at it at all. Everybody's different. I don't agree with this whatsoever. The idea that you're going to have only white people in America is... Now, I'm not a big proponent of importing the third world either. But, it's... there you go. Two different things. AJ's got a great point here. These things often get conflated together. But yeah, but even I don't even really hear Nick talk about that even. But yeah, I don't know. It's not for me. Not for me. I just think that's silly. And most of it's just based in pure actual racism. And I think that's shit silly to me. I've got friends of all races, religions, creeds. Maybe I think one of the things too is coming from the military, and I know all the veterans in the chat are gonna understand this as well. The military is the biggest melting pot in the world. It's like you take the melting pot of America and then you go to the military. The military is the biggest melting pot, and no one gives a shit about that melting pot, which makes it so beautiful in a lot of ways. Like when I'm in a gunfight, do you think I give a shit that my teammate to my right is black? My team leader at the time, one of my team leaders was black, and my junior 18 Echo is some Chinese dude. Do you think I care about that in a gunfight? No, I couldn't give a fuck less. None of that matters to me, right? So in the military, right, it's the greatest melting pot in the world, and you live with everybody from every race, religion, and creed, and you kind of stop thinking about it. You start really, like, not everybody, but you kind of stop caring about it. And so the idea that, like, when you get out, America is only for one religion or only for one race, I don't know. I think it's silly, but that's my personal opinion. Now, nationalism, I'm a big proponent of nationalism, for sure. For sure. I think we should be putting this country first. But the white nationalism, nah, that's not for me. That's not for me. Skanky Bobcat That's a funny name. It says Massie needs to sue and get the Supreme Court to reconsider this Citizen United versus Federal Election Commission decision. It will save our country. Not familiar with that one. I'd have to look that up. Thank you, though. Nate, you got a great channel. Appreciate you consistently good content. Keep killing it, bro. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Very kind of you. You are DWN. What I lost in the last 2 years. 230s, 12 inches off my pants size. Oh, I see what you're saying. Keep on kicking keeping and kicking ass. Got to repeal most of these newer 2A laws in Oregon. We have repealed most of them, which is good. Obviously, Measure 114 has been completely gutted. Pissed about the last one. Yeah, so they're constantly trying to fuck with the Second Amendment in Oregon. Actually, one of the guys that was who I instructed with, he actually funded the lawsuit against Measure 114. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Oregon, we had what's a measure called Measure 114 that was just this like crazy anti-2A bill that they tried to pass. And then luckily we got it struck down in the courts. But yeah, Oregon's wild, guys. Like Oregon is the example of insane woke leftism, like the type of leftism we don't want. Insane woke leftism, like ramped up to the highest levels possible. For example, let me give you an example. 2 different examples of what Oregon is trying to do right now. Oregon is trying to ban tattoo numbing cream. Okay, tattoo numbing cream. They're trying to make that illegal. Okay, what very odd what we're focused on. The other one they're trying to ban hunting and ranching in Oregon, deer hunting. And the reason and the way they're going to ban it is they're going to classify it as animal abuse. So hunting deer and cattle ranching will be qualified as animal abuse. And so we're going to gut, and Oregon has a ton of ranching, by the way, cow ranching. Huge. I live in a ranching community. So yeah, they're trying to ban hunting. Oh, and fishing, fishing, and cattle ranching in Oregon. Right now, there's a bill for it. There's no way it'll pass to classify it as animal abuse. So these are the types of things that Oregon is constantly trying to, like, the insanity of what. That's why I say woke leftism, just crazy shit where you're just like, okay, no, we're not doing that, right? And this is a great comment. Like most Democrats too are like, okay, you're fucking crazy. Like, stop that. We're not doing that. Right. Yeah. If you guys know the show Portlandia, you guys know that show is one of the most accurate shows. I don't know if you ever watched it. It is one of the most accurate shows you'll ever see in your life. It is exactly what Portland is actually like. It's fucking, yeah. Well, it's 100% accurate. When you see that and you actually go to downtown Portland, you're like, oh shit, this is exactly how everybody actually is. So, it's wild. But anyway, Oregon is, yeah, we're off the deep end with some insanity when it comes to that, which is why we have the 50th ranked governor in the state. It's because of shit like that. McConnell isn't running again. His term ends in January. I hope he doesn't. My God, he can't even talk, can't even walk. He's like just falling down in Congress. Volros gifted 5 VFT memberships. Thank you. Congrats to anybody who got them. You now have the emojis access. Okay. Thank you. James says, at this point, I'm looking forward to these nuts running again. Yeah. Will this make Massie a living martyr? In a way, yeah, I think it will. In a way. Will it be big enough to push him to something like the presidency? I don't know. Feels that way, doesn't it? We're going to fight back, though. We're going to fight back. James says it's looking more and more like the movie Purge is going to be a documentary the way we are heading. If the economy collapses to the point where it could and we see food shortages, we can get there. We saw what's happening with farming and ranching and how many farms are going bankrupt and going under, freight costs. It's very, possible that you could stop having food delivered to your grocery store. And then what? Especially if you live in like austere areas. Joe says, my wife is the master of coin and simultaneously runs the small council. Oh, man, that's so true. That's a funny one, Joe. That's a good Game of Thrones joke right there, too. We just finished Game of Thrones. Well, I mean, obviously, I read the books before the movie came, or the TV series came out, and then we watched the TV series, obviously. But we rewatched all of Game of Thrones recently. It's great on the rewatch until you get to the last season, and then they fucking ruin it again. But Dr. Shiva is running as an independent Massachusetts. Invented email, has 4 engineering degrees, authority on AI. Excuse me. Immunology, Zionism, God, hiccups. World politics, and is a fighter for the working man. Yeah, it's the second comment we got about that. I'm gonna have to look him, her. Sorry, I don't know just by the last name. I would assume maybe him. I'll have to look him up. Sounds very interesting. A couple bucks to show some support. Well, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you. KRD says, joke of the day, how do trees connect to the internet? They log in. Oh, I didn't get it at first. It's like log in. Got it. All right, it's a good joke. In seriousness, good luck everyone out there. They love your content. Thank you. That's a good dad joke right there. I love a good dad joke. I love a good dad joke. My daughter used to love, when she was like 5 or 6, she used to love dad jokes. And so I had a healthy amount of dad jokes that I would always be telling. One Brave Legend said, tuned in late, maybe talked about this. How much do you think the closed election played into Massie's loss? I don't know. I think the reality is that they just flooded cable TV with boomer slop, AI videos, attack ads, and they just literally convinced all the Fox News boomers to not vote for him. I think that's really what happened. And they just bought it. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, 35. Think about how many ads in Kentucky does $35 million buy you? Think about that. It can't be that much to advertise on cable TV in Kentucky. Think about what $35 million worth of ads would buy you. It must have been like every ad for every commercial for a week on every station was probably just trashing Massie. So that's wild. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. Joe says, okay, this was a district race. Yeah. It wasn't for the whole Kentucky. Just saying, y'all, Massie was a District 4, and a lot of us couldn't help. Yep, exactly. That's kind of the problem there. To Joe's point, not a Senate race. Also, your cows are so underdeveloped. I wonder if he's simping for AIPAC might make them grow like support for Ed Galrain. Hey, maybe. Hey, if I run here, AIPAC, check it out. How about this? Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. If AIPAC is willing to pay for some calf implants, we could talk about doing some shill content. How about that? All right, AIPAC, if you're willing to fit the bill for that, maybe we'll do some pro greatest ally content. All right, how about that? Huh? I'd only have to do like 2 posts, right? They get paid $7,000 a post. And I did 2 videos. I could just do 2. What if I did, how about this, guys? Check this out. What if I didn't say anything, but just randomly, I just had 2 videos that were just like hardcore pro-Israel for no reason out of nowhere. But then there was no more. And then I showed back up and to the live stream, and I was like, hey, check out these fucking calves, ladies and gentlemen. Check these calves out. And you guys would be like, now I know where those 2 videos. Oh, now I know what those videos were. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They'd require that for sure. That's yeah. That's funny. I don't think they're going to reach out to me anytime soon, though. I'm not there. Again, I get death threats from the coalition. So you guys know, the coalition has told me there's a J before that coalition, has sent me physical mail, letting me know that I'm on the watch list and they're considering taking me out. So, plus the hit pieces they do on me. So, I don't think any funding is coming to Nate anytime soon, unfortunately. Eastern Rebel, that's a dope picture. $10. Thank you. Squirrely Rider, what are your thoughts on this evil effed up clown show of reality we find ourselves in? What are your thoughts on preparing for things to get worse? Love the show, brother. Yes, you should 100% be prepared. Okay, that means making sure. I've talked about this before, and just in general, right? It's better. There's a saying in the military. It's better to have it and not need it than need it not have it, right? So I look at that for being prepared as well. So you should definitely have a good stockage of food, right? Food that's going to last in a situation like that. Water is the big one. Okay, water. If you don't have access to well water, then you 100% need to make sure you have a lot more water than you think, because when shit hits the fan, you ain't going to be able to find it a lot of times because it's going to get turned off. If you are on well water, consider you most likely need power to pump that well water. And so you're going to need a generator, right? Another big one to think about, nobody thinks about, is antibiotics and medicine. Okay. There's actually some companies. I'm looking at starting potentially a partnership with a wellness company that actually sells prescription antibiotic and medicine kits. So those are one of those things you don't think about. Shit hits the fan and your kid gets an infection and you got no antibiotics, they're just going to keel over dead from that. That would be a rough way to do it. So that's another one a lot of people don't think about. That's very, very important. So if we end up doing that, then I'll let you guys know about that. I think that's a very important one. Firearms, things like that, very important. And also training. Make sure you're trained up on how to use all those things. Protect your family. Yeah, that's why there's the company that I'm potentially going to go through. They do it through prescription. So they actually, full kits, very, very cool. Come with like all your medications that you use, long-term supplies of it, also long-term supplies of antibiotics, all sorts of different stuff that we don't think about. So I've talked to him about it, but excuse me. I'll get that one in a second. Talk to him about it. We haven't done it yet, but once we get to it, I'll tell you guys about that company. Because there's not very many companies that do it, but there are a few companies that are doing that. But anyway, those would be my suggestions. Some things people don't typically think about that you want to make sure you think about. So since elections seem to not matter and it's all pay to win, realistically, how can we legally fight back? Good question. Or are we actually approaching a stage where there's no political solution? God help us. It does feel like we're getting pretty close. I think we're getting pretty close to, if we're not already there, to no political solution. This race, I think, shows us that we're dangerously close. The midterms, I think, will be the midterms. I think is going to be the final demonstration of where we're going to be. So, if AIPAC has a 98% success rate in the midterms, we are officially cooked for good. So we'll see. And I think it's pretty likely, given what just happened to Massie. 0% chance Trump is going to give the J6 criminals a cent of the $178 billion after his personal lawyers scammed America. Nah, ain't nobody getting that money other than Trump and his buddies, his close buddies. Don't forget Senator Cassidy from Louisiana, who voted to convict Trump. He lost yesterday. MTG, etc. Yep. And again, they're going to massively try to primary Boebert as well. So that's coming for sure. Man's needs should always come last. Only have 3 pairs of boxers in my rotation. Braces are expensive. That's funny. I was just thinking about this, guys. I was literally thinking about this today. This is random, but funny aside, guys in their underwear. I still have 3 pairs of underwear that are my absolute favorite pairs of underwear. And I literally got them from Walmart one time because my luggage didn't arrive. And so I went to Walmart to buy some basics and some necessities. Or no, I had a layover or something. I had like my flight got canceled, but I already had my luggage on the plane because it was like a connecting flight. And I remember going to Walmart and bought like random Walmart underwear, like 3 pairs, so I would have some underwear, and they turned out to be my absolute favorite underwear. I still wear them as my main underwear. Oh, guys, we are so simple. we are simple creatures. It turns out. It's funny. Yeah, just like they were like $10 a pair underwear from Walmart. They've turned out to be my favorite. Anyway, sorry. Random aside, nobody cared about, but Doberman better than Roddy. JK, I've had both. I do like, well, our aunt has a Doberman, and she's basically just a skinnier version of our Rottweiler. Yeah, they're just doofier Rottweilers, but they're both great dogs. I think Sono says the corruption claims against Hunter definitely seem overblown. Yeah, I think so too. Even if it all is true compared to our currency, yeah, compared to what the Trump kids are doing. Oh, yeah, making a couple $100,000 off of paintings. Yeah, it doesn't seem so bad anymore, does it? Compared to our scammer in chief and the family, it's pocket change. Yeah, compared to that, there's not much. Warner Coastal says 2A bill I was speaking of was SB 243, no FRTs. Yeah, we got that one going on too. There's always something new in Oregon when it comes to that. They're always trying to fuck around with with firearms here. They're crafty about it too. Oh, I itch. Oh, okay, I did 2 years in Iraq. This next few years is going to get way worse. Matt Tardy was talking about commissioning a study or so. I saw him saying that he's going to run against Lauren Boebert. Yeah, no. Yeah, okay, man. Drastically overestimates how well known he is, for sure. That one was a little silly. I also, why are you trying to run against Lauren Boebert? She's got a 100% Liberty score. I wonder if it's because of that country you support more than America. I don't know. But yeah, that's 0% chance. Also, I was critical of President Biden during pardoning Hunter, but in hindsight, Diaper Don will have his DOJ prosecute anyone that says mean words about him. Yeah, and obviously he's going to pardon everybody. Keep in mind, he's going to pardon himself. He's going to pardon all of his family members. He's going to pardon his inner circle. He's going to pardon his entire administration. There's going to be a lot of preemptive pardons. A lot of them, for sure. All right. Slide says, if we think the economy is going to crash, should I withdraw my 401k and buy gold? Rather not lose it all. Shout out from LA. Man, this is one of those, I'll never give you financial advice on this channel. Okay. Financial advice is not something I'm ever going to give because I do not know what's going to happen with the markets. But should you withdraw your 401k? I don't know, man. Buy gold. Buying gold is a great investment. The reality is gold pretty much holds its value and always has. As for 401k, I'll tell you. You want me to tell you what I did? And this is not financial advice. Do not do this and then come back to me a year from now and be like, "Yeah, it screwed me." Yeah, ask Barron. So I pulled all of my money out of my all of my regular investments in the stock market outside of my Roths and my 401k and my IRAs. So that I didn't touch because you get penalized for it. I just said screw it; it's already in there. As for all my regular investments, I pulled everything out pretty much right when the Iran war kicked off, and transitioned most of it to precious metals. So, but again, you never know, right? We could go to the moon for another 20 years, but the stock market does not look is not based on anything rational at the moment. So, where will it be in 20 years? Also, it depends on where you're at, right? If you're 30, if you're 20, here's what I'll say. If you're 22 years old, should you pull all your money out of your 401k? Fuck no. Pump that money in there. Who cares, right? You've got 45 years to ride the wave, right? However, if you're 65 and you're right on the edge of retirement and you're looking at the stock market at all-time highs and nothing makes sense, maybe maybe not a bad idea, right? So again, if you're 25, nah, dude, who cares, right? Pump that money in, homie. You got 40 years. Well, maybe. But if the country collapses so much that nothing's worth anything, then we're all screwed and it doesn't matter. But yeah, if you got 40 years left, bro, I'd say just pump that money in there. Pump that money in there. Smart investments though, right? Smart investments. Don't be gambling on penny stocks and shit, but yeah, dude, like your 401k and your IRAs, man, you're good, man. I would just make sure you're maxing those out each year, and you got a long time, right? So don't panic sell if you got another 40 years. So, but again, if you're 65, ooh, this is a scary time. It's a great time because like the market's at all-time highs, so you could pull out right now, and you're at all-time highs. Ooh, but maybe it goes up even more in the next couple of years. We don't know. We don't know, guys. It's one of those. That's why I say don't take my financial advice, right? Because I can't tell you what's going to happen in the market. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? That's why I still have all my even me at 40 or about to turn 40. I got a long ways to go too. That's why I still left everything in my my IRAs and my Roth and everything like that. So, am I using StreamYard? Yes, I am. Yep, I use StreamYard. So, well, let me give you some context. I use StreamYard for streaming, live streaming. I do not use StreamYard for recording regular videos. I use OBS for recording regular videos. I think it's much better for actual recording. But as for live streaming, I think StreamYard's really good. Yeah. Okay. I think we did it. Did we do it? Oh, we got one more. You think if the petrodollar crashes, they'll use the HANA narrative to lock down the U.S. and global currency behind the scenes? I don't know. I don't think HANA will work because it's super deadly, but it doesn't sound like it's really contagious enough. But who knows? It doesn't really matter what's real or what's not because they can just fabricate the whole fucking story, kind of like they did with COVID. And, who knows what the government will do with this. But that one I don't know. They'll probably use something else for that. So, all right. Do I have an economics degree? No, I have sort of. I have an MBA. So, Master's in Business Administration. With that comes, yes, like multiple very high-level economics courses. So, part of the MBA is obviously some macro and microeconomics. So, but I don't have a specific Master's in econ. I have an MBA. So. Yes, this is actually being talked about though. There's actually already travel restrictions being put in place by Donald Trump with this new Ebola scare, I guess. So I don't know enough about it, but they're already fucking talking about it, shutting down aircraft and shutting down planes. So who knows? Here we could go again. Turning 40 on June 1st, July 24th. July 24th is my birthday. Turned 40. All right, last one. Traded my 401k for cheap vodka and cigarettes. That's actually true. That's actually true. I think gold's a better choice, but that's kind of funny though. Okay, we did. Oh my God, it's 10 o'clock. How long did we go for? It's almost 5 hours. What happened? I thought we were at 3 hours. Whoa, my God, what happened? We went long. I would love to say we were having fun, but tonight hasn't. Well, being here with you guys has been fun. The content hasn't been the most fun, but yeah, holy shit, we're at 10 o'clock. We're at almost 5 hours in. Thank you all so much. What poll results? Was there poll results? God, this goddamn YouTube studio. Come on, dude. What were the poll results? What did we see here? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's actually. I did not think that the poll results were going to be that way. I thought it was going to be blackmail. You guys, 60% of you just said, nah, he's just a giant piece of shit. You're probably right. You're probably right. It's probably all three. It's probably all three at the end of the day. Okay. We did it. We made it to the end. Thank you all so much. We will be back. I should have had an option to pick all three, probably. That everybody would have chose that. All right. We'll be back on Friday. Guys, we'll be back on Friday. And that's going to do it for this one. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with me for this whole one. Thank you to the mods. Thank you all to the regular viewers for always being with us. Thanks to all the Super Chat donations, guys. Very generous of you tonight. And yes, we will be back Friday. God, who knows? Who knows what we'll have to talk about by Friday. It's pretty scary out here. All right, that's going to do it, guys. I got to go eat some dinner, and I'll catch y'all in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.